Hello? Oh, okay. Hi. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I love this. It's like a drug, right? It's just that kind of gets you crazy in the morning, and that's where you want to be. So, day 2. Okay, we got to rile up the troops again, right? How great was yesterday, huh? What a collection of superstars, so much information, so much knowledge, so much of everything. We're going to start the morning. We're kind of flipping the schedule slightly in a little bit. Stay with us, yeah? Okay. I'd like to invite Samana Group, led by Marek, CEO, visionary, that is transforming one of the prettiest corners of the Dominican Republics. Okay, the Caribbean is a destination for North Americans, I'm sure for many Europeans as well. Once that November, December gray months come in and it gets a little bit cold and you just can't stand it, you got to go south. Unbelievable value. Marek is going to tell us a little bit about the Samana project. They have an urban development that stand to eventually deliver over 1,000 units. And a tiny little town, right? And without further ado, Marek, please come on.
Hi everyone, my name is Marek, and my point is to prove that just because I paid to be on this stage doesn't mean I have a boring presentation, so you'll tell me later. I'm Polish, which means if everyone asks me if I'm Russian, I answer what every Polish person says, which is not yet. I want to tell you a little bit about our project. I know I'm speaking to the best salespeople in the world. I'll try not to sell to you. That will be embarrassing. Sorry, can you go back to one slide? I clicked too fast. The QR code. I think the most important slide is that we want to invite you all to Samana, to the Dominican Republic. I want to say it's an all-expense retreat, but it's not. You have to buy your own flight. But once you're here, we're going to host you in our hotel and our boat. And we want to show you what we're doing. So please make a photo and just leave your email address so we can connect with you. Yes, we can. We're gonna land in Samana faster than if you want to go to Hamptons in rush hour, because it takes half an hour or an hour to get to the airport, and the flight is 3 hours more or less. Not sure if you know what all these cities have in common: Irvine Ranch in Orange County in California, Monte Carlo in Monaco, Neom in Saudi Arabia, Punta Cana in Dominican Republic, and Future Nomad City in the Dominican Republic. They all have one thing in common: they are all private, which means a few decades ago there was a developer that bought a big chunk of land and decided to build a town from scratch, which means they didn't have to just design the buildings, but also the roads, the sewage structure, get all the approvals, and essentially become the private mayor. So that's what we're doing. We're in the business of building towns from scratch. Obviously, we're not building Irvine. Irvine has 300,000 residents, one of the biggest projects in the United States, if I'm correct. We're building a town for a few thousand people. This is a company that has its own funding fathers, and I guess you want to know who's behind this. We are a cool team of 4 totally different personas. I'm the youngest one, by the way, and I'm considered a startup kid. I spent most of my professional career in sub-Saharan Africa. I've built an e-commerce business there. We went public on New York Stock Exchange a few years ago. Shannon, my partner, he's been the managing director of JLL. I guess you all know JLL here. He's been the managing director for more than 20 years for the whole Latin America. Thomas is the tree hugger. He's the guy that used to be with Greenpeace and try to, throw bottles with shit on ships with oil. He launched a couple of eco-lodges in Samana in the Dominican Republic, and if you go on TripAdvisor and you want to search for the best eco-lodges in Samana, you're going to find his hotels. And Peter, another Polish guy, he's a typical real estate developer. In his career, he has built almost 10,000 residential units in Poland. And now we're doing this in the Dominican Republic. So that's about us. Our story started in Samana in the year 2007. That's where we started buying first land. We started as a land surveying company. We were not buying the land with cash. There was a law change in Dominican Republic. Every farmer had the right to get the ownership of his land formalized, but they didn't have the money for the lawyers and for the land surveyors. So we opened a land surveying company, and very soon we became the biggest land surveying company in the whole Samana Peninsula. We've surveyed almost 2,000 plots of land, and we got 20% out of it, because they didn't pay us in cash, they paid us with land. And that's how we became owners of almost 10,000 acres of land. Then Thomas opened a couple of hotels. These are the brands: Unique Exotic Hotel, Hacienda Cocuyo, Ganesh. I don't want to do a flex here. They're pretty well known when it comes to Samana for people who want to pay more to live in the nature. I mean, it's the average price per room is like $300, $400 per night. I'm going to the next slide. And obviously the next stage started. We decided to develop a residential community in the Dominican Republic. How many Dominicans are here? Oh, not so many. So I don't want to speak too much why Dominican Republic is the hottest market right now in the Caribbean, but I'm just going to throw a couple of numbers for you. This is a slide that looks super smart because it's so hard to read, so I can say anything. But this is basically the analysis of the last 70 years of every Latin American country. And the analysis is done by the International Monetary Fund. It shows how quickly an average citizen of a country gets richer and how quickly the distance to the United States, which is the model country, is shrinking. And by far, the Dominican Republic is the poster kid of the modern times when it comes to Latin America. There's Dominican Republic when it comes to growth, and there's nothing else. United States have done many nasty things in the 20th century when it comes to meddling with international diplomacy and so on. But there's one country when they did very well. I'm talking about CIA and the United States government, and it's the Dominican Republic, because they removed the dictator in the late 60s. And after that, Dominican Republic had no shots. There was a classical neoliberalism economy, which made the country way, way richer. Very few examples of history like that in the world. Poland is one of the examples in Central Eastern Europe. Dominican Republic is very similar. When I look at Dominican Republic, I moved there 7 years ago. I was a single guy, then I met a Dominican lady and my life ended. You probably are aware with that story. I saw many similarities between the amazing growth of Poland, there's a reason why you opened an office there, and what's happening now in the Dominican Republic. This is a GDP per capita that proves that DR is on the top when it comes to how fast an average Dominican is getting wealthy. This just shows you the room supply, a constant growth of room supplies available in the Dominican Republic for the tourists. This last year, Dominican Republic broke the record, 10 million tourists, second biggest destination in the Caribbean and Central America just after Mexico. 10 million tourists, 11 million residents. Like you have almost as many tourists as the residents. This is inbound travelers. Obviously, there was a drop during COVID, but the Dominican Republic was the first country in the world that recovered and broke the record after the COVID. So this is why the Dominican Republic. And inside Dominican Republic, okay, one last slide about the Dominican Republic. You can't see on the TV the rings, but you can get to Miami in 2 hours, you can get to Charlotte below 3 hours, and you can get to New York in around 3 hours. There's 7 international airports in the Dominican Republic for commercial flights, 25 airports where you can land a private jet. Fun fact, because we analyze private jet traffic, because when I see private jets increasing in my destination, that means the wealthy clients are coming. In the last 3 years, guess how many flights landed from North Korea? Give me a guess. Who wins gets a cigar from me. No one wants to try? 0? 27. 27 times a private jet from North Korea landed in the Dominican Republic in the last 3 years. Which gives me hope, because even if China wins the global domination, they still need our houses to live in, right? So this is safe. Dominican is very well connected. There are 5 flights every day from New York to DR. Samaná is the region where we are. You know, if you build a town in a Caribbean exotic destination, the biggest problem is the chaos, because you want to bring, you know, proper infrastructure and high quality of lifestyle into a region which has its own, you know, problems. So if you want to control the chaos, you need to control the land, but then you have to have the master plan, not for your plot, you have to have the master plan for the whole peninsula. And this is what Samaná Peninsula has. There's a master plan which was signed by the Dominican Republic president that tells you exactly how many hotels we can build, how many residential areas we can build. We have 4 national parks around us. The density will be super low. This is the only region in the whole Dominican Republic, the only region in the whole Caribbean, I might even risk that statement, that has a master plan approved by the government that people are sticking to. I'm going to the next slide. So this is the Samaná Peninsula. In total, it's 100,000 acres, so we own around 10% of it. The red spots is our land. The green spots is the national parks which are around us. We have 1 international airport just in our peninsula and 3 airports for private jets. Samaná is known for the fact that it's like a, this is super complicated for you to read. Samaná is considered like a small continent because we have everything. We have the beaches, we have the jungle, we have the mountains, we have the whales, we have the nature. So it's like a tiny continent in a size of 100,000 acres. So you don't really get that in too many places in the world.
Hi, I'm Jaritza, and I want to welcome you.
This is an example of a house that we are building. We can play the video. Yeah?
Hi, I'm Jaritza, and I want to welcome you to your new home in Rincón, Samaná.
That's my wife, by the way. I know I sport.
As soon as you come in, you're greeted by Rincón Beach, as well as the Atlantic Ocean, and for me, the most exciting is the National Park Cabo Cabrón. I mean, literally, you'll have a house in front of a national park. You can take in this amazing view from your terrace, or perhaps if you're feeling lazy, you can just do it from your bed. For a moment, let's take in the view of this amazing, beautiful bathroom. I love the combination of the wood, the local limestone, but the best part, this is the shower. Imagine taking a bath with this view.
Thank you so much. I guess we can stop here just to save time. So this is an example of what we're building. Our product is really a hill product. It's around 1,000 meters, more than 1,000 yards from the ocean. You have your own private access to the ocean, but you're buying the view and you're buying the air, because we are building not lower than 200 meters above the sea level. Then you have a different air, you don't have the mosquitoes and so on. We're selling this to people who are not so crazy about beach houses anymore. I don't know about you, but if someone tells me he wants to live in a beach house, I tell him just rent it for a month and then come back to me. Let's see if you change. So you pay for the view, you pay for the air, and you pay for the lack of neighbors. We only build 30% density, and we don't build above the trees, as you see, maximum 2 levels. So this is what makes us different than other areas. That's why many private equity people tell me I'm stupid, because I could make so much more money if I build taller, but that's not the whole point here. Sorry? That's a great question. I'll get to that in a second, so I can keep you hooked. We can go to the next slide. This is just a master plan of the first stage of the town that we're building. Everything is on the website. I just don't want to throw those videos at you for too much, so maybe just go to the next slide, because this is the pricing. We've done 2 products, which I believe I haven't found any other developer that does that in the world right now. The first product is related to developer financing. So I'm going to use an example of our best seller, which is a 2-bedroom, 1,000 square feet villa with a view of the ocean. It's a $250,000 product. So it's around $300 per square feet, if I'm talking about the construction costs, together with the plot. So you have a $250,000 villa, which allows you to move in only after you pay $100,000. And then the rest, the $150,000, after you move in, you have 5 years to pay it off with monthly rents. This is $2,500 per month. It's a 0% interest rate. So if you rent this house on the market for 2 weeks, you can easily make the money that is enough to pay that particular rent. Obviously, there's a catch. Don't be late on the payments, because we control the town. We're not going to let you in. We can take away your house, and I can sell it on the market for a much better price. And if you want to rent it commercially, we are your #1 rental management company, because our goal is not to make money just by selling this product to you. We want to manage this for you. We make money from running a city. You know this business model in software as a service. You probably have many applications you pay for monthly, right? Spotify, right? Or Netflix. It's software as a service. We are city as a service. So you pay us $200 per month, and then we make sure that there's security and we clean your loan. The second, you pay no taxes for the first 15 years. Our product is Confutura approved. There's a law in the Dominican Republic that you don't have to pay taxes for the first 15 years if the product is good for the development of the region, which our is. And if you want to sell it to us, if you want to sell it back to us, we give you a guarantee of 10% of value increase on an annual basis. If you're going to find a buyer that wants to pay more, go ahead. We have to approve the buyer. We have the right of veto. But for the first 5 years, if you feel like you don't have enough cash and so on, you can buy it back to us. Because we really want to use your money to build this and then still manage this for the years to come. So these are 4 examples of price points. I stuck to the example of the 2-bedroom villa for $250,000 because this is our best seller. But the cheapest apartments, tiny studio, I mean, when you look at Manhattan, our studio is your penthouse, because the sizes in New York are slightly different. The cheapest penthouses started from $150. It's 400 square feet. Then you have bigger villas and luxury villas. The most luxury villa which we sold right now went for sale for $1.5 million, which is like few levels. And that villa was designed by a special architect from Germany, if I remember correctly. Another product which we have, when I checked, no other real estate developer has it, is an asset swap option. We did this in Sweden, we did this in Poland, and now we're going to offer this in the United States. If you have a plot of land, or a piece of gold, or a house, or a luxury car, something that doesn't decrease in value for too much, you can just pay partially with that particular asset, and we're going to flip it for you. For you as a broker, we can play the video, by the way, when I speak. For you as a broker, it's interesting because if you have a New Yorker who has a plot of land somewhere he doesn't care about, or he has too many flats, we can flip that one flat that he has and give him the villa in the Dominican Republic. Let's play that video if we can. This is an example. This is a real guy. He has a few McLarens. He's from Sweden. He gave us one of his old McLarens, and it was his initial payment for the villa that he got in return. Obviously, it's a pain in the ass to trade this car later, but we did this for marketing reasons, so we can say that this deal happens. For you as a broker, this is interesting because if your client flips a plot of land or a flat for a villa, then you get commission twice, right? Because you just made a sale and you just made a purchase. So I think that might be interesting for you. Our product is mainly for New Yorkers. Have you seen Jerry Maguire? So we like that girlfriend, like we complete you, New Yorkers. Living in New York is amazing. It's such a fantastic town, but it's also loud and expensive and toxic and so on. And if you want to have a second house, you probably want to have a second house in a slightly more calm, more nature-oriented environment. And for many New Yorkers, from our experience, that they always wanted to have a second house somewhere in Miami or in Costa Rica or Puerto Rico. And by the time they retired, or by the time they can work remotely, they've realized that they cannot afford Miami anymore. So we are happy to accommodate all those smaller millionaires that cannot afford Miami anymore, or Costa Rica or Puerto Rico. And that's it. Thank you so much for your interest. This is the QR code.
Sorry. Can you give us a breakdown of rent roll? Because I've got to give you $100,000.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to pay $2,500 a month.
Yeah.
And I have to give it exclusively to you for rental.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example about that, please?
Yeah, so the maintenance, is it working? Can you hear me? The maintenance is around $200 per month for the villa that I told you. I stick to that example so we can get the numbers. Then that particular villa, right now you can rent on the market for $150 to $200 per night. As for today, how it's going to change, whether it's going to go up or down in the short term, we could speculate because there's a lot of new developments in Samana being built right now, but it's more or less that price point. And then the appreciation, the annual appreciation from primary market to secondary market for the next 5 years, we assume to be between 15% and 25% annually. When you rent it out with us, there's a typical model that we brought from Europe, which is after we pay the broker fee, the Booking.com, Airbnb, after we pay for the soap, 20% is with us, 80% goes back to you.
How many days of the month are you going to rent?
This is the owner's decision. How many days per month he wants to live in, how many days per month he wants to rent. We don't guarantee the occupancy. This is the residents first community. If someone comes to us and says, I want to buy 4 apartments and I want to rent it out on the market, our reply is, go to Punta Cana. Like, this is the town for residents first. You want to live here 2-3 months per year for different reasons. You're retired, you can afford it, you work remotely. We have free sources of internet, we have Starlink, we have fiber optic and 5G. And then you want to rent it out. We don't sell it to those people who only buy it to rent. It's harder, but that's our vision. As an investment.
So when was the master plan created, and where is the progress of where are you in the master planning building?
So the master plan for the whole Samana Peninsula was signed by the president around 10 years ago. Okay. Our master plan for the 1,000 units town, by the way, was designed by the same architecture studio who did it for the president. We did it for the connections. was designed, I think, a year ago. We're still working on some details. We broke ground for the first stage last month, November, sorry, 2 months ago. And the first stage, so 120 units, the shell will be ready by the end of this year, and then first people will be moving in from spring next year.
And when do you expect to finish the entire your master plan?
The 1,000 units will be, everything will happen within the span of 10 years. Yeah. There are 7 stages. The stages are big enough, and they are divided from each other with big parks, so the construction noise of stage 2 doesn't affect the quality of the life of the previous stage.
And you're building a town as well, in addition to housing?
Inside the community here, there's already restaurants, parks, even tiny hospital, some gyms.
These will have
Its own, yes, yeah. Oh, so many questions. Do I still have the time? Yeah. Maybe last question, and then we. By the way, I'm here with Victoria, the lady in the green dress, and Belen and Carla. So we are going to be next to the food where everyone is. You can always talk to us. And maybe last question, and then I'm going to let.
I was sitting here in front of the screen, and Bo and I just noticed that you can trade your watch as a down payment.
You can. I like your watch. Let's talk.
Like literally, no.
Real ones. No, we don't.
What is this about? Are you taking jewelry as down
Serious.
payment?
We are taking jewelry. Guys, we are from Poland, and for us, everything that is shiny and I can take it to the airport, I'll take it. No. The real story is we've built this initially for Central and Eastern European investors, right? Because I'm Polish, my partners are Polish, and so on. And the concept of war is very familiar with us, right? Every generation, my grandfather, great-grandfather, and now looks like we as well. We are engaged directly in the war, and there's a lot of investors who are now willing to trade some parts of their assets to another continent. And with the changes in the global financier systems, some people prefer to trade assets like diamonds, gold, or cars even.
How about
instead of
crypto?
sending money. Sorry?
You take crypto.
Oh yes, I mean crypto for us is like fiat currency. We've already done a couple of transactions when people paid with Bitcoin. Yeah.
Great.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and enjoy the day.
All right. That is old-fashioned trade. We call it bartering. Sean Elliott, good morning. How are you? Today you were in the tie and I'm not. Okay. First of all, I'd like to, everyone that's standing outside, let's just come inside and get in the seats and sit comfortably. Don't be too important to stand on the edges. Let's get this room uncomfortable. Because our slogan is get comfortable being uncomfortable, right? And that's a great segue to our next session, which, in my opinion, starts with, let's put that chair closer there. In my opinion, starts with dare to try, okay? So a few years back, not a decade yet, but getting there, Sean and his team have joined the Nest Seekers family based out of the Gold Coast of Long Island, which is a very affluent, the most affluent pocket of Long Island, known for the Gilded Age estates of the Vanderbilts and all of New York society from the turn of the century, and some of the most beautiful homes and communities and waterfronts in Long Island. Great market. They've been killing it there for a very long time, but they wanted more. They needed more. He wanted more. And this was what he still convinces himself was the best fit, right? And so, but part of the wanting more is we figured let's have a little bit of a business plan that doesn't have a ceiling, right? Let's just try this and go for the top of the top of the top of the top of the marketplace. And let's not think in millions, let's think in billions, okay? How do you do that? How do you then go out and in 12, 24 months, build an inventory of $1 billion in properties? And how do you translate that to revenues is today's session. We're going to kind of freestyle it a little bit. We do it quite naturally very often. If I ever travel with Sean, it's just a festival of words that goes on, and everyone that's around us gets infected at airports, at restaurants. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. So Sean, within 12 months, maybe 16 months, accumulated $1 billion worth of inventories nationally and now internationally of some of the most valuable homes in the world, while continuing to service the Gold Coast and building up development marketing representations, which is another way to build inventory and listings in large volumes. So don't think, you can trade your watch for a down payment for $250,000 in Dominican Republic, but you can also just go for the $100 million listings, right? They're not a whole lot that different, don't they?
They really aren't. I mean, at the end of the day, the marketing for a home that's, will start at $5 million and $10 million is not much different, in the $100 million home as far as the marketing is concerned. You really just have to, follow the disciplines, follow the practices, and just over and over again. And like I said yesterday, probably the most important thing I think I said yesterday is, promise but deliver, right? So make sure you deliver on your promises. It's everything. It really is. And it's been, and communicate, yeah.
Well, let's start with the dare to try. Dollar figures, amounts. So there is a mental barrier that every single one of us in the room or in this industry go through. I've seen that for 30 years, where there is some unstated graduation process for agents to move up from selling 500,000 homes, 300,000 homes, to 1 million, to 5 million, to 10 million. And hopefully you'll work up the ranks in that way and get to the $100, $200 million properties. It's all a false perception, right? There isn't such a thing. But for some reason, we create this mental block in our mind that we are in a category of price points. We can only service the 2 to 5 million, or we can only service the 700,000. From our experience, when we went fishing for those big listings, one of the most refreshing things that I've experienced is that the air is actually a lot thinner up there, and there's a lot less competition, right? How many agents do you compete with to get a $5 million listing?
Hundreds, thousands.
How many agents do you compete with to go after a $20 million listing?
Probably hundreds, maybe early thousands.
How many people compete for a $50 million listing?
Probably less than 100.
How many people compete for a $200 million listing?
Less than 25.
There you go. Worldwide. Worldwide. So there's a lot less competition at the top, but we're afraid to try, right? We're afraid to try because there's a mental block. There's a mental block that we somehow is pre-programmed when you get your real estate license. I don't know how that happens, where you feel that you need to work your way up the ranks in sales price categories, okay? So, Sean, when you come in, you've got a nice, beautiful deck. As we established yesterday, we finally, 20 years later, figured out how to put a pitch deck. you go after a listing for $100 million, how do we identify the seller? What's the approach? What are the conversations? How long does it take to get to market? And then to market a property like that, what do you end up doing? That's a whole lot different than anything else.
The number one key, and I think the word here is to be strategic. You just got to be strategic. You can't, reach out to someone who may have had his house on the market and expired, and we do get a lot of expireds. I always said other companies and other agents' failures become our successes. And over again, it's okay not to be the first broker in. There's an old saying, it's firstborn, second wife, third broker in. I'm married 35 years, so that's not the case for me, but I do, in case my wife's listening, but I really do like to be the second guy in, because most of the time we all know our clients aren't realistic when they first come out with their properties. They're ambitious, and that's okay.
It's called aspirational pricing.
Yes,
Very tough.
Jimmy actually said something in the Wall Street Journal about aspirational pricing, and it's true. So I think clients, obviously everyone's home is the best, right? I have the best home, so do you, and so does Eddie. But you got to be realistic. So being the broker in, right? Being the broker, being the second broker is fine, but being the first broker is okay, but you got to be strategic. And you have to have a plan. And when you sit down with a homeowner, and I've been doing decks for 20 years, they started in paper and now they're on iPads, and we usually get through our deck 50%, and they're like, okay, Jerry Maguire, you had me at hello. Like, we're done, because we're just killing you, But we do something that's really different, and I think it really impresses homeowners, and I think it will impress homeowners whether the house is $1 million, 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, or 200, is that we come up with a plan. So we try to stick with 12-month listings. That's like sort of our gig. Well, these expensive houses take a minimum of a year to sell. Sometimes we take 18 months, 24 months. Again, it depends on the client and how ambitious they are. And then we come up with a 12-month plan, like a time-release pill. So you take an aspirin sometimes over 12 hours, it sort of releases something every single hour. It's the same thing with us. Our plan's 12 months. Every single month something new happens, something new activates. Maybe you do a social media live. Next one, we're doing a broker event. Next, we're doing a billionaire event. Next, we're doing a VIP event. Next, we're taking 2 pages in maybe Hamptons Magazine. So every single month. When you sit down with a client, and I'm telling you, 99.9% of agents are not strategic, and you have a plan right in front of you, they get impressed. And then again, like I said yesterday, follow the plan, please, because what clients got smart, we started putting plans together. They were like, this is great. I've met with 3 other brokers. They didn't have a plan. I go, you don't have a plan, you're not selling your house. But they got smart. They started stapling my plans to the listing agreements. And that's tough, because you drop the ball, you make one promise, you don't keep it, you're in default. So if you're going to create a plan, follow it through.
How many of you walk into a listings presentation empty-handed? Right? Always come in with a gift. At the highest level, at the lowest level. Information that the seller can appreciate and can use. Comparables are a gift to the seller. It helps, and it's a gift to you, because it helps put context in these aspirational prices, trying to make sense of it. Why is it 175 or 250? Right? Right? So it helps build expectations. It educates the client, and one of the most the quickest, most efficient ways to build a credibility in a relationships is by becoming an information provider, by coming in as an educator. That means you have something that they would like to learn from you, that they want from you, because you seem to have an insight. And you do that by giving them that gift of a proper study of their property. And that's how you walk into every presentation. And if you have a severe marketing plan like Sean puts together, whether he's able to get through that marketing plan in a year's time or not, it is insanely elaborate. But he dares to try. So what's in those marketing packaging? You don't have to give all your secrets, but in your customized decks, when you go after these big aspirational listings, what are the things that a seller, a sophisticated seller at that level would expect you to do that your standard magazine ad in the local publication won't deliver?
So it starts with 75% of the collateral I use in my plan on my deck is from nest seekers. You guys all have access to it. 75%, it's legit. Those slides are from nest seekers and highlighting our reach. At the end of the day, our reach is better than our competitors all day long. And one of the things I express on a listing presentation is that we're truly not local, we're truly global, and we're vertical. And what does that mean? We're not a designation. We're not a Christie's, which is just your, it's a affiliate. That's all it is. You pay to be an affiliate of Christie's. That's who you are. And guess what? One Christie's office has no idea what the other one is doing, period, right? We're one big family, and I really feel that way. And I think we should applaud to the fact that we're a family. I mean, this is really unique, I'm telling you. The culture at this company, and I've owned my own companies and involved in a lot of business, and this culture is just as good as it gets. So we sit down, they start looking at the nest seeker slides, and that's great. Locations are paramount. Being local doesn't work anymore. You truly have to be global. And being vertical, again, Sotheby's, it's a franchise. We're not. We're single. We're owned by one gentleman only. Give it up for Eddie Shapiro.
Family, it's a family.
It's a family.
It's a family.
We all have a little piece, Eddie.
It's a
We all have a
family.
little piece, thanks to you. But we sit down, and it's the value proposition, but more importantly, it's the culture. And it's that we really do the marketing, and we have the best marketing machine. But one of the things I found very helpful for me are our locations. Having destination locations worldwide is huge. And it's amazing to say, we have 50 locations right now, over 2,000 agents. People are blown away by that. And then I get into the storefronts. And I don't care, you could talk about Element, Compass, you could talk about Brown Harris Stevens, all these big companies, and they don't have our storefronts. And when I sit down with a client and I tell them that your home in Southampton or in Malibu or in Palm Beach will be in our storefronts in more than a dozen of our offices, and I say that you'll be on Billionaires Row, 59th and Park. You see these buildings around here, 432, 220, 217, 157. Like, those are the clients that cross our threshold at 505 Park. I tell them the story about when you were building the office and I was there, and Michael Bloomberg was looking in our windows. This is like a year ago, 2 years ago. I mean, 3 years ago. Michael Bloomberg's net worth is around $90 billion, and he's looking in our windows. I'm telling that story to a
Now,
client.
by the way, this is a story that typically happens to Sean. It doesn't happen to all of us. That somehow he bumps into Michael Bloomberg and Sylvester Stallone and others. But like, I have not seen Michael Bloomberg in front of our store since. But it's real. It's real. Yeah, it's real.
You know what it is? You also have to know how to recognize them. It's a weird sixth sense that I have. I got a client recently in California because he was at the Polo Lounge, and he had just won a Golden Globe, and there he was, Tom from Succession. I hit him, and I got his number, and you can't be shy, and you got to be comfortable with the
Uncomfortable.
right.
Dare to try, dare to approach, dare to try to go after those big listings, and dare to approach a person. And one of the things that I've seen that Sean does that I have to battle people to try is to just talk to someone. These storefronts are positioned in some of the most desirable locations in the world. Our Beverly Hills storefront is ground zero in the platinum triangle of Beverly Hills, right next to us, no longer there, but was the Palm. It was the #1 lunch spot, and all the paparazzi would hide in our office. So when you go to LA, we're like, forget the papers, forget a caravan, forget everything we do, just sit outside the store and grab them.
We did a deal for $12.5 million last month. An agent who's here, by the way. Where is she? Is she who's here? Stand up. Come on. $12.5 million because someone was looking in our storefront. You went outside, started a conversation, ended up selling them a $12.5 million house. And there's a rumor out there, that they're actually thinking about selling it, going back to Korea. So and you're going to reprice it at 15. So what can I say? Storefronts do work. But back to our conversation. So now I'm sitting at the kitchen table telling you about the storefronts, and you could be at 505 Park, and you could be at 150 Worth Avenue in Palm Beach. You could be in Miami across from the Bowl. You could be anywhere, right? 271 North Cannon Drive, Beverly Hills, 50-yard line of everything great. We have the greatest location, and I brag about it all the time, but it's so true. I mean, you have the hottest restaurants in the world on one street. You've got, starting with Spago, go back old school, go next door to Sugarfish, and then you've got Nerset, you know, Salt Bay guys, right there. You've got Mastro's, the Palm was there. What's coming in next, we don't know. Novikov is opening up in 2 weeks. Wow. They've spent $12 million to be next door to Nest Seekers. It's a lot of money. And so what I do at the presentation is...
Should have paid us $1 million just for the privilege.
I think they did. Remember when we let the Palm Park in, put chairs in front of our office?
Yeah.
That was a great negotiation. So we figure out a way to tweak it out. But I also say if you want to be in my storefront, you got to pay us 6%. So I leverage, if you want to be in these storefronts, because I only have a certain amount of space, inventory in my storefronts, it's not going to be 5%, it's 6%. Yeah, and it works. It works, and they can't say no. It started, I don't know if you know this, probably no one does, maybe Eddie does, but I used to have a real estate office in a car dealership, and not just any car dealership. I opened up a real estate office in a Rolls-Royce dealership out on Long Island, and when you walked into reception, you were given a bottle of water that said Sean Elliott, and it said Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Bentley. We had an 80-inch screen right behind reception, and guess what? If you wanted to be on that screen and you had a house on the Gold Coast of Long Island, you paid me 6%. So, I mean, that's it. We have things that are unique to our company that other firms don't have. Leverage them. Leverage them.
And I go back to the dare to try. Dare to try to go after a development project and dare to try to go after a high-end listing. The rent that Sean was paying in the Bentley and Rolls-Royce dealership was probably not a whole lot more than it would be on Main Street, right?
It was actually, we gave 20% of whatever deals we did.
There you
So
go.
it was zero rent, zero risk.
So then comes excess, right? How do you reach that far and that high to these high-price properties and these targets? They seem, that's the other mental block that we all deal with, right? How do I get to that? How do I even access all of that? The answer is you go right through the front door.
Yeah.
The way, right? You don't need an angle. You don't need an introduction. Do you have a rich daddy or a trust fund?
I mean,
or?
this is like, I grew up in the Bronx, and when we got rich, we moved to a place called Yonkers, New York. And it's true, I went to
still the Bronx.
Roosevelt High School in Yonkers, and that's like, I don't know, 45 minutes from here up to Sprain, West Side Highway, Sprainbrook. And, you know, it was a humble beginning, but I had really smart parents. I had incredibly smart parents with an incredible work ethic, like crazy. My parents, my dad's gone, but my mother, they built an empire on what they did in fashion. And as a result, they worked 7 days a week. You know, this didn't come easy for them. 7 days, both of them. They were relentless. But I think that's where the work ethic comes from.
Yeah. So, well, we have a lot of that in common. Most of us, or a lot of us here, have come from humble beginnings. And that's part of the mental block, right? And trying, because we don't think that we belong or worthy of representing a properties that are in the 50 million or in the 20 million or in the 30 million. So now, yesterday you told us how you stalked Mark Cuban and chased after him in multiple states and then invaded his house, climbed over fences. Many of your clients are in Fortune top 10, top 20, top 50 wealthiest people in the world. Now that you've spent years building relationships with all of these clients, how much difference are they from, say, from your $700,000 buyer that's buying a condo downtown New York? Or
I
something?
think the $700,000 buyer is way more uptight than the guy who's worth $700 million.
What's a more complicated deal to get done?
What's a more complicated deal to done? The 700, all that. It really is. Think about it. I mean, 700 is going for a mortgage, so you got to wait the 30 or 45 days if you have a mortgage contingency to get the approval. You got to be there, get appraisals. You got to do so much more, and you got to, cross your fingers that the house appraises. I mean, we don't really worry about that. When you get into that club, 25, 50, 100, 200, the likelihood is that our client's going to write a check and close in 7 days. You don't wait 30, 60, 90 days for a closing. You close quick. Because if they want something, they want it now.
And there's usually a team on each side that does whatever the guy with a big check wants, because once he sees it and he smelled it, he's like, I want to be in that house in 2 weeks or in 1 month, make it happen, right?
Exactly how it works. It's immediately. It's just, we start the inspections, the day we open up escrow, we get a 3% good faith deposit, and then we start inspections right away. Inspections are lifted, closings the next day. It's incredible how quickly the title companies and the escrow companies move in states like Florida and California, but it's great. So, and the other thing about this market, I encourage everybody to come in this market and be my competitor because I love competition, is that it is less complicated, but at the same time, the climate's great. It's not, you don't have to worry about bad economy, good economy. You don't have to worry about interest rates. You don't have to worry about, oh no, we're going into a recession or what have you. It's protected. It's recession protected, And so it doesn't matter. You're rich. You have one life, right? The clock is ticking. You want it now, and you're willing to pay for it. I use a term with clients, and this was used with me once, and I got to tell you, it wasn't good to hear, but someone once said to a very rich guy who was looking to buy a house in the Hamptons, and he might have been 65 or 70, how many summers do you have left? What do you got, 20 good summers, 15 good summers? I think you should buy this house. And I call it QLR, quality life remaining. And
write that down.
So I'm just saying, make the most of every day. And sometimes when your client's on the fence, that is a closing line for me. Come on, guys. How many you got? And the clients who are buying those homes, you got the young guys, who are hedge fund guys, and maybe they're in Silicon Valley, tech guys, what have you. And then you have the older guys who, they're thinking. So it's a closer.
So if you want to build a $1 billion business, get 10 listings that are $100 million, and you have a $1 billion business, right? This is what the title of this session is, right? And it only took, what, a year and a half before you were almost at that billion?
We started, so we got lucky on the first one, $250 million listing in Bel Air, 924 Bel Air Road, the one we thought Cuban would be the right buyer for. And then we got a new community for $100 million, and then before you know it, we got a listing in Malibu at $65 million. And, I have to tell you, it takes one. It really does. Whether you want to be the guy in the $25 million range, the 50, the 100, the 200, you have to start with one. You got to get involved with one, and you have to sell one, right? Because it's all about bragging rights. We're in the business as real estate agents. We're in the business of bragging rights. You have bragging rights, like a lot of you agents do. You have no choice but to leverage those bragging rights. And for me, I leveraged that $102 million sale in Bel Air as the most expensive spec house to sell in the history of the United States. And as a result, I could sit at any kitchen table anywhere with any developer building a crazy single-family home and say, I'm responsible still till today for selling the most expensive single-family spec home in the United States. And that carries a lot of weight. And we'll always find a way to find a statistic that we continue to leverage and beat to death.
And we make up statistics that are insignificant. Well, let me elaborate. We don't lie about them, but we might point out something that doesn't really mean anything to anyone, but just sounds great. Because you're number one at something, right?
It's true. Eddie,
we are number one at making these pins.
When this just goes back to my awards luncheon. So we used to do an award luncheon every year where we'd hand these big glass awards to our agents, and some of those agents are in the room right now. LaBarbers, how many years are we together? Yeah, 10, 12. So we used to have these big award luncheons, and not everybody sold a $10 million house back then, or 15 or 20. So how did we make them feel really good? So we had an agent who maybe first week sold a house in a day, And they haven't sold anything since. But guess what? They have the statistic for selling houses faster than anyone else. They have the least average days on market statistic. 1 day.
You all have a statistic.
Yeah.
Find it in your track record.
Yeah.
Put that up.
Use it.
Celebrate it. Use it. But beyond your personal statistic, this is something that we can never say enough, can never emphasize enough, is the power of we, right? One of Nuno's favorite lines. I think if we go back to some of those early days, Sean, that's one of the things that Sean adopted immediately, is utilizing the entire track record of the company as his personal own, which you have every right to, because you were part of this family, you're part of this company. So if Solly just sold something for $15 million in Kensington or Westminster in London, you could say that we just sold that property. If Sean just made a sale at 924 Bel Air, there's no reason why you can't take credit for it. It's your company, it's your business, you're part of it. And this goes back to the mental blocks, right? We talked about the first mental block, there's graduations of price points that we all have struggled with or are struggling with. It's a myth. And also comes the myth of the personal track record. That is also a myth, right? Because that is also a challenge and a mental block that we create in our mind, that because we only sold these properties and these are the price ranges, and that's really our track record. But we're not. The whole point of you joining Nest Seekers is that we spent 20 years building up this infrastructure of 50 offices, is so that you have the ability to say, my storefront in Beverly Hills, so my storefront at 505 Park Avenue, this is my track record, which is we, as much as it is anyone else's here in the company. My office in Toronto, and my office in London, and my office in Milan. And when you're able to own that, when you have enough courage, conviction, confidence, and you can get over that mental block that you're not worthy of being in that price point or category, which is, this guy just walked right through the front door and said, all right, I'm going to own this thing. This is all mine, okay? Then there's nothing in the way. And as you go higher and higher and higher in the price point, you realize that the 2 million real estate agents in the world that you're competing against, probably 1.975 of them are suffering from the same pandemic of, maybe that's too much of a big word, but from the same symptoms of this mental block that you're not worthy of representing properties at that level. And then you realize that if you're going to compete for a $250 million house or a $200 million house in Beverly Hills, there's 5 agents that will be called in for a pitch. The rest are afraid to try, won't even try. Even if they're called, come making they might just say, I don't think I'm the right person for it. Can you imagine? So you have so much less competition the higher you go in the price points. So we've got to get ourselves in that mindset that we're worthy first of representing these properties, have the courage and the conviction to own the track record, own this property, this company is ours. Everything that takes place here is happening to you. It's happening to you individually. Whoever sells something great, that's why our Instagram is on fire and TikToks and social media. It's all not, yes, we're speaking to the public in this way, but we're also communicating to you. We're bringing to you, take that, share it with your clients. Own it. Whatever each and every one of us do here in this room, the rest of us get to own, and you have that track record. And we see it incredibly. Those who dare to try, it happens. It's magical, okay? I give you 20 different examples right now of individuals that out of their studio apartment decided they're worthy of doing it. For example, since Nuno's sitting right in front of me, I keep thinking about him. Well, one day he decided, I think I want to do this Nest Seekers thing in Portugal. And he reached out in the middle of the pandemic, and was it LinkedIn or something, right? Initially. And today, the Portuguese business, 3 years later, is nearly 100 agents, footprint almost the entire country, selling properties near the 10 million range. In Portugal terms, it's, call it 30 million in the US, with an office right on Avenida Liberté in the heart of Portugal, with the most incredible team, okay? None of them know that Nuno had no experience in real estate and never sold a property before. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But Nuno dared to try. He dared to try. As yesterday we shared a story with Daniel, who one day sitting on his couch and watching a show on television say, I think I want to do this Nest Seekers thing here in London, and I think I want to have my own TV show. And just a few years later, he's on the BBC, and he's got a huge team. So building a $1 billion business, the pathway, the road map exists here. It exists here because others have done it. Many have done it here, right? Many have done it in this company with zero experience, with zero track record, came out of nowhere. But the ones that succeeded in creating such a substantial presence in a marketplace and creating a $1 billion business are the ones that dared to try, and are the ones that can get over this fictional mental block, okay, that you have to spend the next 15 years and do enough business so that you can work your way up the price point, you can work your way up the right to sit in front of a seller that owns a $50 million house. They're the easiest to convince because they have no patience for it. They need to get to the boutique to buy clothes. They have lunch appointments, they're this and that. They're not so analytical. This is not their first rodeo. They're not applying for a mortgage, okay? They're not concerned that this is their entire nest egg and you know, that's invested. It's their first home purchase, which requires a lot of hand-holding and could sometimes take months before you can get over the transactions. It's so much easier at the top, believe it or not, if you just believe that you can do that and then walk right through the front door, okay? Walk into Billionaire Row to any one of these lobbies, start a relationship, hang out there, preview properties, start conversations, and you're welcome to try. You'll be welcome to try, and you'll be welcome to a meeting or to a pitch or to a conversation by anyone at any price point. So, if you are a poor millionaire, you get yourself a condo in Samana, trade your watch for down payment, okay? But make sure to get that watch, you're gonna have to sell that $50 million property, right? So let's go get those listings, and let's think big. And every single one of us are going to do $1 billion listings and $1 billion business. Even if you're some kid from the Bronx. Anything else you'd like to add, my friend?
No, just go get your first one, and if you need some help, feel free to give me a call, and I'd love to come along.
Hill Colebroke.
Anything.
Anything.
Anything, anytime. Because to be honest, it just takes you getting in the door. Open the door, and you let us in, I promise. No one's getting out without a signed listing agreement.
Yes, yes. All right, thank you all. Next session is FCP. We'll say a few words. Thank you.
Oh, they need 5 minutes?
Oh. All right, you got 5 minutes to breathe. Don't leave us. Don't go. There's more to come.
quiet down, let's have a look. Hello, hello, hello. You can carry on kissing, but keep looking. Everybody, I'd like to... hello, John. John, look, he's chatting away. Quiet, please. Let's have a little bit of quiet to the left, to the right. People in the room, at the back of the room, at the side of the room, not in the room. Let's be a little bit quiet. Ah, I'm knackered. I'm a bit jet lagged still, so now I'm just going to go to sleep. But no, I'm not. I'm here to talk about two great guys. Two great guys. They're going to talk about some really important stuff about finance, and it's really important everyone in here listens to them because there's an avenue here to make cash. So it's our currency partners, FCP, Nest Seekers Currency Partners, and they're going to be here to talk to you for the next couple of minutes. So I want you to make some noise. Give a little bit of a clap. Let's go. That was pathetic. Louder.
Right, good morning everybody. It's a pleasure to be here in front of you today, especially as Nest Seekers' official currency partner with Foreign Currency Partners. My name is Adam Bobroff, I'm the CEO, and this is Tom Taylor, the Dealing Director.
Good morning.
And we're here to talk to you about money, because money matters, right? So when you have international clients, those clients need to move their money from one currency to another. How that happens will dictate how cost-effective it is for them, and how efficient the process is, and fundamentally whether your sales happen or not. So we're here to help with that side of things. So we've got an agenda up here, a bit of introduction and background, a bit about our target market, a bit about FCP, benefits to you and benefits to your clients. So a bit about FCP first of all. So our founding 4 members have around 60 years of experience in the marketplace. For my sins, I've been at this for over 20 years. And Tom's been at it for...
nearly 15 years now.
15 years. All of them working for me, the poor sod, as well. So please feel free to be sorry for him.
I've aged terribly.
We trade 100 currencies globally.
Yeah, as Adam alludes to there, 100 currencies globally, and that's each and every way. So not just US dollars or sterling, euros, everything from Kuwaiti dinars to Brazilian real. And as I say, that's each and every way. So the idea being is we cover every corner of the globe, as it were, and that's reflected in the fact that we have clients currently in over 50 countries, and that's growing almost by the day.
We've transacted over $100 billion in transactions over the past decade. That is largely due to the fact that we are targeted, and we are the only FX brokerage that is targeted largely toward the luxury end of the market, which means that our average first trade transaction size is around $2 million, going all the way up to the super prime stuff. We are born after Brexit. The reason why that's important, irrespective of what you may feel about Brexit, which is obviously a sore point for us Brits. It was a terrible bloody decision. But it means that we're not adapting an old system to fit a new landscape.
Quite an important point here is we offer clients one-to-one account managers. So like all of you, you will look after your clients right the way through the process of them buying a property. You're not just here to sell them a property, you offer a suite of services, everything from recommending a mortgage broker, someone at a local bank, a builder, an interior designer, an art dealer, whatever it may be that adds to that suite of services. We do exactly the same in terms of we have one person looking after them all the way through the process from start to finish. And that person will have a minimum of at least 12 years experience in the FX markets. So you'll be very hard pushed to find someone with more experience to look after your clients. So why would your clients choose FCP? So first of all, we have an incredible market knowledge. As Adam mentioned previously, the 4 founding members have over 60 years experience. Myself, 15 years, Adam, over 20. And we offer clients a bespoke service. So we tailor what we do to each individual client to make sure that we maximize their currency for them. At the end of the day, the more currency they have to spend, the more likely it is that your deals get done. And that's what's important.
And we have the contacts. Obviously, time served in the market means that we've accumulated quite a black book of contacts and partners, whether that's people that are wealth managers, lawyers, obviously property agents such as yourselves. So when a client comes to us, if they need a referral that perhaps we can then help you guys with, be that a lawyer or a banking contact or whatever it may be, we can tuck into our book of contacts as well to give that more rounded service that you guys are aiming to provide as well. So this is a quote from one of our partners. Business is based on trust and respect, two important values that I found with the team at FCP.
As I mentioned previously, we're by your client's side every step of the way. Much like yourselves, we're here to make sure that that client's hand is held all the way through the process so that the deal gets done. Because again, that's what's important, is making sure your deals get done, and that's what we're here to do, help with that. So we take the time to understand your clients, their situation, and their plans for the future. We understand that there's always far more to a currency transfer than a simple exchange of funds. So whether that purchase is for investment reasons or whether it's an aspirational purchase, they've always wanted that dream beach house, whatever it may be. There's always far more to it. What I've got here on the screen is two graphs. First of all, showing sterling dollar, and the second showing euro dollar. What these graphs are showing is the currency fluctuations over the last 6 months. So as we know here in the US, a typical close on a deal will be anywhere from 30 to 45 days, considerably longer if that client needs financing, maybe up to 100, 120 days. Studies have shown that a client entering the market, so the point where they decide that they want to buy a property, to closing is on average 6 months. These graphs show the currency fluctuations for an international buyer buying here in the US over the last 6 months. That shows a fluctuation from before Christmas of nearly 6%. Our average deal size is around about $2 million for a first trade for a client. Fluctuations of 6% on a $2 million transfer for a client decides whether that property costs them $120,000 more or less than it needs to. So part of my job for your clients is to make sure that they buy their funds, either that first small circle there at the highs, certainly not in those large circles just before Christmas where it would be quite expensive, or maybe take advantage of the movements we saw in the new year. Mitigating that exposure and helping your clients buy their currency at the right time is often the difference between whether that client will go ahead, whether it's because they want to, whether the investment still makes sense, or whether they can actually afford to still go ahead with the purchase. And that exchange rate and the rate they change their funds is as fundamental to the transfer as signing documents or meeting with their lawyer, whatever it may be.
So one of the ways that we can mitigate the risk for clients, just going back to that graph there, is by using what's called a forward contract for clients, where we can fix a rate at a given moment, but for delivery anything up to a year into the future. The way it works is that they would lodge 10% of the value of the trade with us initially, and then the remaining 90% they will lodge once they need to actually settle on the trade. But that means the price is fixed. You've eliminated the risk from the market. You've guaranteed what it's going to cost you. It's no different to fixing your mortgage, really. The only additional benefit, of course, is you've kept 90% of your funds either in an investment or being realized from a property sale elsewhere or whatever it may be. So it prevents that nasty experience whereby a client gets to the 11th hour, but the currency market may have moved against them, and subsequently it's cost them $50,000 or $100,000 more than they had intended it to. And that can make or break a deal. And what we're here to do is to help you make the deals, obviously stop them from breaking the deals.
Absolutely. So we're talking at the moment still about some of the benefits to clients. We'll come on to some more of the benefits for you guys shortly. Client benefits, as I mentioned earlier, they have a dedicated account manager from start to finish. And of course, they will benefit from exchange rates significantly better than they will achieve through someone like their bank. Anything up to as much as 5% better. And when you're dealing with clients moving hundreds of thousands or millions, a saving of 3, 4, 5% on the exchange rate equates to tens of thousands.
And we do all the work. So we often talk in our business about keeping control of the transaction. And of course, the money, as I said, is where it really matters. So for us, it's to be the link between the clients and the financial side of things and you guys. And that means liaising with you to make sure that the payments are there on time, letting you know when perhaps a client's done a deal so you know that it's all going ahead smoothly, keeping up to speed when we make a payment for a client so you know that the money is there and it's ready to complete. One important part, security. We are a fully regulated business by the FCA, the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK. The most important part of what that means is that we hold all client money and all company money separate. It's no different to what you have over here with escrow. It means that your clients can transact with us with total confidence, total security, that, God forbid, if anything to happen to our business, their funds are secure in its entirety.
Notice there we got the wrong logo on there, but we'll just brush past that. So, I mentioned previously
That was last week's pitch, sorry.
We've been talking about the benefits to clients, and we can start coming on to some more of the benefits to you. This is one of arguably the most important points on the whole presentation, is that we will help you guys achieve more sales. Ultimately, that's what we're all here for, is to all achieve more sales, and that's what our partnership is aimed to do. We will save your clients time and money. Often the clients we're dealing with are cash rich but time poor. So by taking away a lot of that stress, moving funds internationally, clients are happy. That's ultimately the best thing about it. If you take away that stress of moving those funds, we also, the really exciting part, and I mentioned this yesterday and it got a loud cheer from the crowd, so I hope we get it again. We pay back to you guys 50% of the net profit we make from every transaction as a thank you for introducing that client to us. There we go.
There we go, right, okay.
So to put that into monetary terms for you, if you have a client transacting $2 million, $5 million, something like that, if we make from that transfer 30, 40, 50,000, we will pay half of that back to you as a thank you for introducing that client. And that is on every single transaction that client takes with us. So if that client then sells that property, they buy another property, they buy a yacht through Nest Yachts or a jet through Nest Jets, they transact that currency with us, we will pay you a commission on it as a thank you.
So this kind of moves around like pieces on a chessboard. So once you introduce that one client, if they then introduce another client or a family member or whatever it may be, every introduction that comes from that source client, you get paid on, because we wouldn't have had that client without you.
Yeah, absolutely. So FCP carry out due diligence on all of our clients, as we have to do. It's not a particularly exciting topic, but it means that we can pass some of that information back to you guys and make it easier, help you know if a client's proceedable or not, if maybe they've got more money than they're telling you. And Adam will talk about that in a bit more detail shortly. On top of the commission we earn you, or we offer, we also offer incentives and prizes, and there's a couple of faces I can see in the audience who are sitting with nice shiny watches or whatever it may be that we've purchased them, not naming any names, Rubens. But we also offer those incentives, as I say, on top. So on top of the commission, we'll also, we've paid out, mountain bikes, we've booked ski holidays for our partners and so on. Just something that gives us an excuse, really, to come and see you, take you out for drinks, dinner, whatever it may be, and give you something a bit more tangible to make the partnership really exciting.
I had a lady on the Riviera had a real thing for Louboutin shoes. I noticed that there's a few knocking around. So I delivered those down to her in the south of France. She did think it was really odd when I wore them first, but you know, I'm an eccentric Englishman and old rugby habits die hard, so what can I say?
You've not got the legs for them. Importantly as well, at Foreign Currency Partners, we have very, very similar values to that here at Nest Seekers. And I think that's part of what's been making our partnership over the last few years work so well, and part of what's made us at FCP and the senior guys here at Nest Seekers want to move our partnership forward and become the official partners because of those shared values. So I think this is where I pass over to you. This is your...
Right, try not to fall asleep. I realise that compliance is not a sexy topic, but I'll keep it short and sweet. So one of the benefits we give to our clients is that as a regulated business, when we onboard a client, we do around 120 different checks. That could be everything from passports to source of wealth, etc., etc. So from a client's perspective, when they go through a transaction, they will have to provide ID to you guys, perhaps to a lawyer, to open up a bank account, whatever it may be. We can therefore be the central hub for that because we've collated that data already, and with their consent, we can pass it out to all the relevant parties. So it makes the client's life easier. From your point of view, and Tom touched on it earlier, we can therefore identify a bit more detail about that client because we're a bit like the client's doctor. They will tell us things that perhaps they might not tell you because the relationship, of course, is very different. So if we ask them, how did you make your money? It's a very obvious question for us to ask, and they will give us the right answer. So we might turn around to you and say, I tell you what, don't waste your time too much on this client because his money's tied up in China, he hasn't moved it to Hong Kong yet, and therefore he can't get all the money out in the time frame that you're talking about. Equally, he might say to us, I'm looking at $2 million, but actually I've got $5 million to spend. So we can call you and say, right, this is someone that you might want to show something a bit more expensive to. So it's a way of us getting a bit more detail to make your lives a bit easier and help you sell a bit more.
Absolutely. And if we can make things easier through marketing material, for example, some of you have seen us over in the suite next to the media room there. There's also some of our stuff downstairs in the canteen as well. We offer everything from brochures to business cards, pens, pads, key rings, torches, and so on and so forth. So please do come over and see us in Suite B after the presentation as well. Come get a nice goodie bag.
And
full
don't
of,
be shy,
stuff.
please take them home, because they weigh an absolute ton, and I've got to drag them back to London otherwise, so please do take them.
Absolutely. So international clients' requirement to convert currencies is as fundamental to their purchase as if they were signing documents with their lawyer or their notaire, whoever it may be. If your sales are going to complete, and ultimately that's what's important here, completing your sales, that client is going to have to move their funds internationally. So it's up to you guys as to whether that process is done through their bank and is quite costly to the client and therefore potentially risks the sale, or whether that client moves their funds through someone like ourselves and saves a significant sum. As I mentioned earlier, our exchange rates are up to as much as 5% better. Actually had a client before Christmas who uses a famous US bank. I won't name any names, but it begins with CH and ends in ACE. We were actually 7% better on the exchange rate than they were given through their bank. That client was moving just shy of 1.6 million. So you can imagine that saving is absolutely substantial. So for every $1 million that client moves, you can save them as much as $50,000. So how to refer, of course. Really, really simple. What we're looking for here is not to create any work for you guys. We're not looking for you guys to sell what we do. It is purely just a case of anticipating your client needs. When you're speaking with your clients, when you're showing them around properties, whether that's sitting in the car on the way there or whether you're actually in the property, you're chatting with them. You're finding out this information. Where is their money? How are they funding the property? Are they financing it? Are their funds sitting in the UK, in Dubai, in Australia, Canada, wherever it may be? Just identify those needs. Once you've identified that that client is holding a foreign currency and will need to convert their funds, whether it's to dollars or from dollars to buy someone else, you can introduce us. You can introduce us via email, or you can simply just say to the client, and this is probably the best option, let the client know that you'll ask me to be in touch. I will give the client a call, introduce myself, explain the savings we can make, and that's it. All you've done is say to a client, I'm going to get my currency guy, Tom Taylor, to give you a call. He could potentially save you tens of thousands. I mean, no one's going to say no, they don't want to take that phone call.
I think the approach we always want you guys to take is just to say nothing's lost from a conversation. You know, anyone that's managed to accrue any wealth in life will realize that opening your eyes up to anything and everything is absolutely fundamental. So have a conversation with these guys, see what they can do for you. One of two things will happen. Either we'll confirm that the routes that they had planned to go down already is the right way, or 99% of the time, we will be able to offer something that can save them a considerable amount of money on the transfer.
Absolutely. And on this next slide, if it clicks through for us, you'll see here an example of that email template I mentioned previously. And this is just something we offer to you guys to simply forward on to a client. All you need to do is put their name in there, and you can edit it, you can change the language in it to fit the way you speak to your clients better. It's just a really soft introduction to us, so when the client gets that phone call from me, they were already expecting it.
So the thing people value almost as much as exceptional exchange rates is a trusted partner by their side throughout the process. And that's what we are. It's in our name. We're Foreign Currency Partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I open the floor to any questions, if there are any? Any questions at all?
See if we can skip that. I'm fed up of seeing the wrong logo.
Great. Okay, well, guys, if you do have any questions, you can find us in room B next to the comms room or downstairs circulating. Please feel free to grab us. Thank you again very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just so everyone is aware, we do have other sessions going on at the same time as this one. So if you would like to join those, we have Portugal happening right now in the storefront and Israel on the 19th floor. So instead of streaming on the 21st floor, we will be on 19 and the storefront, okay? Awesome. Without further ado, let's get Monetize Your Media up here with Kristen, Alexander, and Nai. Thank you. You have your clicker? No. You need a clicker.
Hello, hello?
Your video?
Can we get this louder?
Okay.
A little bit louder? Hello?
I'll make it louder. Do you need your video to play? He's gonna.
I'm going to give everybody a minute. Everybody out in the hallway. Everybody out in the waiting area. Come on in. We're waiting for you. Everybody talking in the hallway. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. But before we do, I need you all to understand that participation is required. We are talking about media at Nest Seekers International. So, the guys in the hallway are already there, but I need everybody in here to get really, really loud on the count of 3. We are going to take a quick little video because I want to know how excited you guys are to make money from media, all right? We're going to count down. Who's ready? All right. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Do you think that we can do better than that?
Oh, we sure can.
All right, let's try it one more time. 1, 2, and 3. Welcome to Monetize Your Media with myself, Kristen Sachs, the #1 viewed realtor on TikTok. On social media, we have Alexander. And the queen of the tallest building in New Jersey, we have Naisha. So, before we kick this thing off, I need you guys all to remember these 3 numbers. You with me? Everybody hears me? Yes. All right. 500, 165, and 600. You got it? All right. I'm going to need your energy here. We have a quick little video for you. Aiden's going to play for us, and we're going to kickstart Monetize Your Media. We have a video, guys? Oh, Aiden has it. All right. Well, we're going to see the video later, I guess. So, we have so many questions for these 2 here, especially because they've been blowing up social media and getting really strong leads. So, I have a few questions, and you can both answer. We can take it back and forth however you like. But What platforms do you feel are performing best for you right now? And do you think that there's a difference in the platforms that you're using for the type of audience you're trying to attract?
Thank you so much for being here today. We use a lot of TikTok and Instagram. Instagram Reels is flying at the moment. TikTok is flying at the moment. A lot of agents also use YouTube Shorts. Basically, the shorter format is better, performing way better. Everybody can do it. Everybody can start from that. You don't have to have any filming background. All you need to have is your phone. Doesn't have to be the brand new iPhone. It can be the previous model. Works well as well. So yeah, these two platforms really are the best.
Does everybody recognize Alexander?
Yes.
What does he normally have in his hand? Best guess. A microphone. Because he's stopping strangers on the street to ask them questions. His claim to fame. Now, you want to take that one?
Okay, so for me, I think all of my projects, we're using Instagram as well. And for me personally, as a Chinese agent, I also do some of the international platform. I use Redbook, 小红书, and also WeChat. So like, since I joined NetSeekers, all my members using WeChat now, so we contact clients, and some of the client relationship that we use WeChat as well to communicating with clients and let them seeing that we have our video contents on WeChat as well.
We have an update. We have a video. Are you guys ready? Oh, yeah. That was all the plan. I just wanted to get the anticipation going. All right, let's rock and roll. We have sound? We have sound?
Post holds the potential to inspire others. Our objective is to present a vision that transcends the ordinary. Online media where creativity knows no bounds. From captivating visuals to stirring narratives, we are the architects of compelling stories that resonate. Our journey is defined by the impact we create. It's more than media. It's a symphony of ideas that shape perceptions, spark conversations, and leave an indelible mark. Equipped with the latest technology, our brokerage is a canvas where innovation thrives. We don't just follow trends, we set them. But it's not just about what we create. It's about the emotions we evoke, the connections we forge, and the narratives we craft that linger long after the screen fades to black. As we step into the future, brace yourselves for what's next. Our agents are poised to redefine storytelling once again. Get ready to witness the extraordinary. Imagine your audience captivated, on the edge of their seats, hungry for more. That's the power of impactful media. And that's the experience we'll create together. NetSeekers International, the power of we.
You know, I said I like volunteers. Give me an emotion, give me a feeling from watching that.
I want to buy a house. And a boat.
You want to buy a house. Sexy. What else? Anybody? Exciting, captivating, suspenseful, luxurious, credible, new, fresh, right? This is our DNA. And my motto in life is to attract, do not chase. So when you're doing this, when you're creating media and you're pushing out what you want your client to desire, that's going to attract them to you. So rather than constantly chasing after the dollar is finding you just by the commitment of content and media with this incredible, beloved brand behind you. So I think we need to give it up one more time for Nest Seekers International brand. So a lot of the times what we hear from agents is, well, I don't have that $20 million listing. I don't have the $150 million listing. How do I make this type of content? And so what are your thoughts on replication? Each of us being our own unique person and having diversity, is that good or bad? And how do you share that with the world?
You can basically share every single thing that happens with you in your life, and you don't, honestly, you don't need to have anything to explode on social media. What really works great on social media, usually super expensive things, because you get into people's brain, everybody wants expensive things, or you can show regular things and like kind of catch people off guard. There are, like, on TikTok, video just exploded a few days ago when guy showed what kind of studio you can rent for like $2,300 in Midtown New York, and everybody was like, oh my God, New York sucks so bad, I'm moving away, because there was like bathroom, kitchen, and that's it basically, no space to do anything else. And then there are videos of $150 million, Sean Elliott's videos that are like totally killing it on everywhere, because that's how everybody should be living, and that's how people want to sell. So everything is in contrast. Just don't do things in between. Don't do mediocre things. Don't show regular deals, regular apartments. Show something crazy on both ends, and it works. And honestly, you don't need to have anything as an agent. You can even show your office. Show how people work. Everybody thinks, real estate agent do this, and that, and that's exactly the opposite what we do every day. Show the exact opposite, and it's gonna work.
I think it's more like being unique, because there are so many people doing media nowadays, and it's very important for you to find who you are and what's the image that you want to provide. And for me, when I first got here 10 years ago, I didn't know anyone. As many of you know, that this is a very tough business. And for me, everything came from social media. And at the very beginning, I do like lifestyle videos. I just even go to like coffee shop and do like all kinds of things, showing people that I'm a real estate agent. And I just show my daily life as a real estate agent. And everyone just contact me and say, hey, I have blah, blah, needs, and I need your help because I like you, I like your style, and I like one of the apartments that you showed in your video. So I think that's something that we can always share.
Thank you, guys. So yesterday, Bianca spoke a lot about manifestation. So think about, this is the one decision that you need to make. You, as your own entrepreneur, get to choose who you want to be in this business. So who is that? And once you decide who that is, if it's a luxury agent, if it's a new development marketing agent, if it's just estates in general, whatever that is, figure out who you want to be, and then you engineer it into what type of media you are going to push out to the world, and tell them what you want to sell to them. So that's really, if that's one thing I can give to you guys today, is just deciding what type of agent you want to be, and then we are going to put that out into the universe and just manifest and manifest. So the truck outside, it was an idea I had 4 years ago when I had a pickup truck, because I like to help people with furniture or whatever I have to do. I had a pickup truck, and I put a decal on the side. I had a rendering done of the decal. And so it never actually happened. But then 4 years later, I said, you know what? I'm going to go big, or I'm going to go home. And I invested in this truck. And honestly, Sean planted this seed last year, because he said to all of us, you need to show up. You need to show up as the agent that you want to represent. And he got a listing because he had a G-Wagon. And it was a true story.
Crazy story. We were fighting really hard for a listing. We were up against Compass, the #1 agent in that office for before it was Compass, it was Sotheby's. And we would drive into the driveway, going on our listing presentation. To our surprise, there was the Compass agent driving out. A week later, they had us back for a second meeting. So, again, we were thrilled we had it. Had no idea. I had no idea. Had no idea that the truck had anything to do with it. But again, show up, right? Dress to impress, fake it till you make it. There's another line that Bianca uses. What is it? I love that. Be it until you are it. And I got to tell you, I love that line. And 3 months later, we sold and closed on the house. And we sold it for $10 million. It was a great day for Nest Seekers, a great day for my team. And I had to ask the homeowner why they went with us over the Compass agent. And the craziest answer was, it was your G-Wagon. I was so intimidated by you and your son when you guys pulled up. It's just like, I have to say, like, I just thought, like, you must be really successful. There must be a really big reason why you drive that car. And at the end of the day, I did rent it for the day. But it did really work out. That's not true, but anyway, thank you.
But he did what he had to do to get the listing, right? So he was monetizing and getting that return back. So true story, though, the truck, it took years to get, but wrapped it in the most obnoxious foil because obviously our company colors, and I wanted to represent, logo it out. But I knew that everyone on the road would see it. And there's a QR code placed gently on the back, and what do you think they do? Yeah, they scan it. They scan it. And it brings them to our Nest Seekers page. So, was I chasing my client or was I attracting my client? I was attracting, right? Let's make this easier on ourselves. We're already pounding phones. We're already sending mailers. We're doing all the amazing things that we're doing to prospect, but you can also lighten the load by continuing to attract, and you have to be it until you are it. So there's other facets of this also. We've started talking about AI. Who's excited about Eva? Very exciting. So what are our thoughts on AI and how we're using social media?
So AI, machine learning, that's the next big step that actually simplifies your life. Just a quick story. There's one influencer who was, he basically is like, every Monday I get my marketing team and I ask him what's new with AI in the world, what kind of software can we use? And at some point they're like, oh, there's a new software that actually allows you to upload your footage, come up with the most viral parts of your videos, you know, break it into like 10 clips, 15 clips, whatever you need, do subtitles, and it's ready. And the guy was like, all right, everybody's fired. And then he just started using this software, and it's like a real story. There's a lot of softwares right now, not a lot. I mean, a lot of them are now like in testing process, but there's a lot of software that you can actually use right now. And as an independent real estate agent, you actually don't need huge media production company. You can do a lot of things yourself. And there is software right now that allows you to upload the pictures of your face from different angles and then do the apartment tour. You know, there is like stuff that allows you to like basically come up with things, and then it will tell you if it's viral or not, and give you the virality score. Like the closer it's to 100, the more chances you're gonna shoot high. So that's like recent things.
Amazing. So what Alexander is basically saying is you don't have to spend a lot of money sometimes too. So they got a software, and are each one of us going to be able to go and get software for AI? Let's be realistic here. What there are amazing apps on your iPhone that you can download to create some incredible content. They have AI built into them, so they will automatically create the beats with the music and give you this incredible content to post within literally 5 minutes. So if you guys have any questions about what those apps are, please DM me, email me, let's talk, because it's not difficult. And if you guys are not posting 4 times a week, at minimum 4 times a week, then nobody's going to see you. they're not even going to know you're even in this business.
Can I also add?
Yes.
That like leverages your personality, but you still need to have personality and you still need to be creative. It's not going to solve your problem. It's not like you're going to show expensive apartment and then use the software and it's going to go. No, but it basically puts your charisma and creativity on steroids and saves you time. But you still need to be creative and you still need to have people who would bring this creativity to you. So it's machine learning, but it's also human learning. Doesn't go without that.
So great segue, because we talked about different types of content. And how much of the percentage of what you're posting, how much is it actually real estate?
Kind of nothing, but then I do apartment tours, so some of it. It goes around it.
Because people want to work with people. They want to know who you are. So another question is, do I have a personal page and a business page? You need to be completely well-rounded living this incredible lifestyle. So again, if you have any questions, we are going to be up here. But Nai, I would love to know how we are making money from media.
Yeah, I think that's something that how media helped me, because I know nobody. So that's how I get all my clients, basically. Recent years, I got more and more referrals from friends or previous clients. But for the first 5 years, I would say all from social media. So I think it really depends on what type of image that you want to provide, and then to attract that type of clients that you're looking for. So right now, people know me as the tower marketing, know me as my team as the tower marketing. That's why we have that image out there. So I have people call me, say, hey, I have this project coming up. Can we get a pitch meeting with you? So it's not like I don't do cold calls. I don't do the typical agents work. I just be me, and on social media constantly, so people call me. So that's the reason why our team brought off some of the most interesting mega projects into NetSeeker family, including the tallest residential tower in Queens, the tallest residential tower in downtown LA, even though we're a New York team, but we also have buildings in LA. And recently, we also got the tallest residential building in the history of New Jersey, and co-working with Mark and Matt in New Jersey. So I think that's how NetSeeker branding helping us as a whole. And also, I have to be more there in people's face. So people call me to get this connection going, so we get all these. And sometimes people also are joking, I'm the queen of Long Island City, because we really represent a good portion of the leasing in that area, and my team does a lot of the buyer deals as well. So for people that looking to either purchase or sell something in that area, people just know I'm the best agent in that area, and I can help you with whatever you need in that area, and I have a whole strong team behind me to handle these type of real estate matters.
So she's literally getting buildings full of units from social media.
Yeah, some of the buildings alone, 800 units. That building alone is over $1 billion sellout. So we are very proud of that type of the business. But social media help you to track everything. So it really depends on what image you want to provide. Maybe not like me, right? Tower marketing or specific area. I think find what you focus on. Maybe it's Brooklyn townhouse. Maybe it's entry-level Manhattan condo project. Everything, right? Just need to find that specific business that works for you.
Absolutely, and I think it goes back to being authentically who you are as a person, because we are not, obviously we're selling real estate, but our clients do not want to be sold to. So we have to be very clear and concise about who we are as a person and what type of service we're going to provide to them. What do you think holds agents back from putting out content and really, we're talking about new agents coming into the business. They have free platforms: LinkedIn, WeChat, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. These are all free to us. So what's holding our agents back, you think, some of these setbacks from not posting all the time? Fear. Of what? Right. What about nobody's going to like it? Nobody's going to comment on it. Nobody's going to share it. But guess what? They're going to see it. And if you get those eyes on the product, that's all you did your job. You did your job. So it's all about just creating the content. Ashley came over to me, 3 months now? She's in my office. And all of a sudden, we did some training, we're out, we're filming. All of a sudden, she's getting DMs. Oh my God, you are killing it in New Jersey real estate. And so she got a rental lead, right? How many houses have you sold in New Jersey? 0. She hasn't sold a house yet in New Jersey. But guess what? Every day she is posting media. She's posting cuddle time with her baby. She's posting workouts. She's posting everything there is to know about Long Beach Island because why? Long Beach Island. I'm the queen of LBI. She's now the queen of LBI. We are telling the world to go to Ashley to buy real estate in Long Beach Island because that's the message she's putting out to the world. So, we're going to move things along here. We had 3 numbers before. I need 1 volunteer by show of hands, first one up. Let's go. Who remembers those 3 numbers? Patty, saw your hand. 500, 600, and 165. In order. I love that. What do we think those represent?
Commissions?
That's over $1 million in GCI that was generated specifically from media content. $1 million. We exceeded that threshold in a year's time over social media. Do you find power in that? This is not a trick question. So do you think maybe we should create some content together? Yes. Guys, that was really weak. Give me some energy. Are we going to create some media together? So that means we want to make some money, right? Yes. Okay, so Alexander has some fun questions, and I need a volunteer who is willing to participate. Oh, hand up quick. Let's go. Come on up. What's your name and where are you from?
Hi, I'm Gabby, and I am based out of the Soho office.
All right.
It's kind of, do I sit? I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, we're going to stand and we're going to make a video.
Oh, okay. Where am I standing?
You want to sit?
I don't know. I don't know.
No,
what
you stand.
I don't know what the participation entails.
How much time we have?
Go.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
Gabby.
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? I am learning a lot of information about how to be great. And
Wow.
how to,
What's your occupation?
I'm sorry?
What do you do work-wise? What's your work?
I am a real estate agent.
Where do you work?
I work in New York City.
Oh, wow, you based here in New York?
Yes, I am based here. I live in the financial district, which is, yes.
Nice. Are you from New York originally?
No, originally I'm actually from Zimbabwe.
Oh, nice. Which part?
Harare, which is the capital.
Nice.
In the southern region of Africa.
Wow. Never been there. Anybody been there?
You should visit. Oh, nice.
Nice. So you're a real estate agent?
Yes.
Got it. What you sell, rent, sell?
Anything real estate involved, whether it's you're renting, selling, buying, investing.
Do you know A.J. Shapiro?
Yes, I do.
Do you know Sean Elliott?
I'm sorry?
Do you know Sean Elliott?
Yes, I do. He's sitting right there.
Nice. Are you on the market for real estate yourself? Are you looking to rent, to buy?
Always. I'm always on the market for real estate because I'm always going to need a place to live.
Wow. We can also get you pre-approved for mortgage if you need, just in case.
Okay.
You just have to show pay stubs, but that's fine.
Well, I have friends that also work in the mortgage business, so I can just call them if I need to get pre-approved.
Or maybe you could get
But
pre-approved
thank
for
you.
me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you on social media?
Yes, I am.
What's the best way to find you?
Instagram, probably.
Got it. What's your handle on Instagram?
Gabby_RAI.
Oh, nice. Thanks so much. Do you use Instagram every day?
I do. I use it to watch what other people are posting and thinking about how I should be posting also because everybody else is posting and I watch all their videos on Instagram.
Nice. Okay. If we have some cool listing to show, what's the best way to reach out to you? Instagram?
Instagram, call me, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, email.
Nice.
Literally every platform there is, I have. I don't necessarily actively post all the time, but I have the ability to communicate via the platform.
Got it. And then the last question, if you were to conduct an interview with a random person you never met before, what's like the 1 or 2 questions you would ask them? To melt the ice between you.
Well, I ask them their name, and I ask them where they're from. And typically within those 2 questions, you learn a lot about a person.
Got it. At the end of the day, you know each other well.
I'm sorry?
You know each other well after.
I wouldn't say well, depending on how much information the person reveals, but you know a fraction of information.
Got it. So basically what we filmed right now, it's totally unscripted and it's raw and it's like not prepared and we didn't know who we're going to talk to. And we asked like simple questions and then this content tends to perform better than whatever you script and play and rehearse and redo many times over. So that's why we showed it, right? That was the idea. Thank you so much for coming.
Wait, Gabby, come on back. Now, we're going to film a quick little intro to who you are and why people want to reach out to you on Instagram. You have 10 seconds.
Okay, if anybody understands moving, I would be the person to go to because not only have I had to move from an entirely different continent, I've always had to adapt to the different environments. So if you're looking to buy a place in New York City, ask the girl who came all the way from Zimbabwe, then had to go to Texas, and then come up to the East Coast, which are all different places, and somehow I've had to figure out how to thrive in those different spaces. So yeah, reach out to me.
Yes. Thank you. So completely on the spot, was it a little uncomfortable? Absolutely. Do we have to get out of our comfort zone to grow? Yes. Will it be easier for you to make another video today? Yes. Would anybody want to learn more about Gabby because she's an extensive mover? Yes. And as we get to know people randomly on the street, we make more connections. We invite people into our media world on Instagram so they can see who we are and what we're doing. So, Gabby, congratulations. You have won a free media day to shoot for your personal branding. We are going to film some incredible content together, girl. All right, well, I just wanted to thank Nai and Alexander for their words of wisdom. You have powerhouse media brokers up here. So if you have not started your journey, make sure that you are reaching out to one of us with any questions, and we will help support you along the way. Thank you guys so much for joining this session.
And then remember to follow us on Instagram if you haven't done that. And my Instagram handle is NaiNYC. Follow me. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Just make an announcement for the session that we're going to have downstairs. Hi everyone. So just to announce that anyone who's interested to learn about Destination Portugal, we're going to be having a session starting right now, and the location changed. It's now on the storefront on the underground level, okay? So it's starting right now. It's going to be about Portugal. The whole team is here to present this, so if you're interested, please come along now. It's going to begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, we have almost our entire office from Portugal here, so please go down to the storefront if you want to hear about Portugal. If you want to hear about Miami, right now they are on the 21st floor, so one level below you could go learn about Miami, and Johnny is there answering questions. And now on this stage, what are we doing now? It's us. We are going to talk about mega teams. We are going to talk about mega teams now. Yes. Sully, come on up here. Kristen, you're back on the stage. Nai, you're here. Is Michael joining us today or no?
No.
No, perfect.
No worries. You guys have.
We have you.
As the upgrade.
2 seconds in a row. I love it.
All right. Are we going to stand or are we going to?
Let's sit. Yeah? What? The what?
Where do you want us to sit?
Oh, come sit right next to me. Oh. Yeah.
We're going to move a little
We're going to need another
closer.
chair, I think, anyway.
How many are we?
And I think we have Mark Brenner here. Mark, Matt?
We have Matt.
Matt?
No, I got it. We'll have one more.
And Israel is on the 19th floor. So that's all the locations. Okay. Kristen Sachs, did we lose you?
Nope. I'm looking for Mark Brenner.
Oh. We'll get started. He knows
Because we're
where
a
to
mega
find us.
team doing mega things.
Yes. Is everyone having fun today? We're still learning. Energy's still high. I know there's so many other sessions going on, so there's a lot of moving parts, lots of opportunities to learn so many new things. Awesome.
Just the four, or?
We're gonna let Mark join in.
When Mark joins us, he'll come in. We're running a little behind schedule, so let's get it started. When he gets here, he'll join us on stage.
All right. So we have some mega leaders with mega teams here.
Yes.
So if you guys want to just introduce yourself and what your team name is or your region.
All right, I guess I will start. My name is Nai. As you know, I do social media, but I also have a team with 20 people, and we do a lot of new developments and also do deals as the buyer side as well. So my team is kind of unique. We have half of the people from Asia, half of the people more local, so we can handle marketing for both markets. That's how we get a lot of projects, and that's how we sell a lot of the units.
My name is Solly Strickland, and I am, along with Daniel McPeak, one of the crazy guys that decided to, with Eddie, to take this amazing brand 3,000 miles across the Atlantic Ocean to the world's greatest city, London. And from there, obviously, we've grown and grown and grown. Sorry to say that. Social media is not really my thing. I love it. But I'm very pleased to say I think I've got 700 followers now. So, and it's going up because of what we're doing here in New York at the moment. So on that, I think I'm pretty fearless. I've got Dan's kind of thing. So we just go straight into it and do crazy stuff, like Alex was saying. My perspective is slightly different, as we chatted the other day on a Zoom. It's a regional, we're a new region and a new regional team that I kind of look after and run. So when we're very early in that sort of team within a brand thing that you guys do in the States, and we do so well here at NestSeekers across the States, and it's great to share the sort of the differences with some of the great team leaders in the industry. But for me, it's how does the UK and Europe take on this great idea of collaboration within a team, using the brand as the sort of the tool that takes you there. We're still in that very early phase, Bianca. So That's going to be my sort of, I'm going to be having some internal thoughts. Maybe people can share how we do that, how we continue it, and learn from you Yanks.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Bianca D'Alessio, co-founder of the Masters Division with my partner, Christian Haig, who you all heard from yesterday, and he is the best. We are based out of primarily, headquartered here at 505 Park Avenue, servicing all New York City, Brooklyn, Queens, Westchester, Hamptons markets, in addition transacting and growing our team throughout Florida, California. Angelina is here today. She's going to be spearheading our Boston expansion, Enrico for New Jersey, and working on a number of projects with our various partners in Portugal, the UK, and other European markets. And our main primary focus is new development, but also, of course, always servicing our buyers, sellers, and renters. So we pride ourselves in transacting at every price point in all various regions, all of the time, and having a very diversified business model.
Oh, actually, I forgot to mention something. Learn from Bianca. Actually, this year, we have a new team name. So I forgot to mention, because the past 3 years with NetSeekers, I'm mostly a solo agent as me. But now, remind me from the screen, I'm actually the co-founder for Bespoke Best Nation team. So I have this new team already, and we have a new Instagram account. So follow us on Bespoke Instagram as well. Thank you.
And I'm Kristen Sachs. I am the founder of New Jersey's Real Estate Matchmakers. Started 3 years ago, and it's been an amazing ride of really growing a personal brand into more of a lifestyle for agents. But what's really special about the folks that you have up here is that each of their teams are so diverse. So my question for you guys is, first of all, why? Why would you want to build a team, and how did you do it?
I think if I can come in on that, because I think in the UK, like I said before, it is so new, and a lot of people come in to this, and the model, by the way, is new. The idea of an independent broker in the UK is still slightly strange. 98% of all transactions in the UK are through salaried estate agents. And I remember I had a laugh with Danny Abraham the last time I was here, and I said that we actually have people in the UK, estate agents, who get paid even if they don't sell the property. And Danny just sort of fell over and laughing and couldn't believe it. So we have that, people coming into this model, let alone NetSeekers, which is obviously a great place to start. So we have that sort of educational side of it. So they come in, and I think a lot of people think the brand is going to just, like talked about social media, it's going to just sail them off into the sunset. I'm going to post something, and Ferraris and great riches will follow. Obviously, that's not the point, is it? And it doesn't happen. So we're getting to the point now where the whole team idea, and Bianca came over. When did you come over and talk to the guys? It was last year sometime, was it?
Yeah, last April.
Last
April.
Bianca came over and gave really the most amazing, almost like a pitch for why you should have a team. It was kind of,
Is that what it was? I was trying to focus on branding.
Well, you know what I mean. But I think what people see you as a team leader.
Yes.
And I think that inspired people to collaborate a lot more and not just rely on the brand.
You didn't have teams prior to then, and
No.
you're just really starting now.
We had that slight fake it to make it.
yeah.
The bad thing about fake it to make it actually was people saying, well, I'm such and such team. And then you'd look at their social media and it's like, oh, you're a team of one.
Yeah.
That's bad English. Yes. But now we actually have a proper structure. And I think a lot of that started after you. I think it's also the very poor market that the world, that we had, especially in the UK and globally last year. I think that people started to look within themselves and go, shit, this is a lonely business. Yep. I need someone next to me to help me do this. And it might be one person to help with my social media. It might be someone else because they're good at knocking on doors, whatever it might be. And I think having a bad year has almost sort of stepped us up for this year and the team structure.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I think running a team is another step, another level for people to grow in real estate. And picking the right platform is also very important. So before I joined NetSeekers, I was a broker of record for a different company. It's an international platform, and I was running the New York division. And I had about 70, 80 agents under me. But at the time, nobody knew me as the broker leader, right? A leader. And I did a lot of business on my own, but I never leveraged the brand and I never leveraged the team setting so I can do more. So if like 10 agents reach out to me and say, hey, I want to do a showing on Saturday, but if it's just me, I can only be at one place. But if you have a team and you have a lot of agents to help you, you can spread out, right? And we all make more money as a whole. That's why I feel like a team is very important to grow the business together.
So I think when I think about it, why we wanted to start our team, initially was because we wanted to create community and collaboration. As the team has grown and evolved, I'm finding more and more that the most successful real estate brokers are the ones who are entrepreneurial thinkers, who could be the CEO, the CFO, and the COO of their business. But in actuality, most brokers don't really have all of those capabilities. The organizational function, the very, very strong hold on the financial function of operating a business and making sure you're reinvesting every single commission check back into your business to make sure you generate more money, as well as the CEO, big picture. How am I growing? How am I expanding? How am I changing? Most brokers don't have that. And that is totally okay. They want to wake up, they want to go, and they want to sell homes. They want to make money and go back to their family. I love that model as well. But in order to take it to the next level, you need to be doing all of those things. And on the team model and in the structure that we've been able to create for our team is we take a lot of that guesswork out for our agents, where we give them the financial models that they need in order to be successful and how much money they should be reinvesting into their business. We give them the operational structure and the organizational structure of your databases, your technology, your inputs, your outputs, so you can actually be tracking and seeing where your leads are coming in and how you could be re-engaging clients, as well as that big picture mindset and those marketing tools and training. So that's been the most exciting part for me in growing a team, is giving agents the ownership over that we're giving them the resources, but they get to do it on their own terms. And they get to build their own brand with the support of the Masters division behind them, and knowing and feeling empowered that they're not working for Bianca and Christian. They're working with us in everything that we do to support the longevity in their career, to really build their own strong personal brand, because people want to work with people first and foremost. And I don't believe that individuals should conform to a brand that they don't identify with. They should have the freedom and the flexibility to create their own brand and be fluid in their career as their career changes in real estate.
I think that's really important. But Bianca touched on, being your own CEO, CFO, et cetera, but most people in the world, as you say, they don't have that capability. And I think the ones that, do a small percentage of each of those things really can fall by the wayside quite quickly. It can go downhill rapidly. And if you can, with us, of course, Dan and myself, we're team leaders, but we're sort of like a regional team leader. So we're dealing with individuals, not the team leader below. So when they do come to us and say, look, I'm terrible at accounting, and social media is taking so much. What do I do? Just go and talk to them. I almost like quarterback the situation, throw your problem at me, and I'll throw that problem in the direction of whoever it might be. Go see Krishan. If you're struggling because you don't have personality, or, that's really unfair. But if you don't have, not everyone steps up and wants to do, I don't particularly want to do this, but I'm okay doing it, right? So, if you are very shy, but you've got great skill sets in other things, go see a Krishan. The guy's just been watched by millions of people on TV. He's starting a team, and he's, doing that process. And that might be the thing that unlocks the thing you're missing, which is taking on a property and selling it.
And that's so important, because there's so many people who can be very, very successful in real estate if they don't necessarily have the organizational or the people skills. You just have to find the right partner who's going to complement that skill set. I mean, we have phenomenal agents on our team who are not necessarily the best salespeople, but they're phenomenal prospectors. And they love being behind the desk at a computer and finding the data and prospecting. There's a way to create all of those synergies. You just have to get out of your head and get out of the box and be thinking creatively and differently.
I think I agree with Bianca. I actually have a few agents on my team. They do a tons of social media, and they don't do showings, and they just create their contents, and when they have the leads, other people with good showing skills, sales skills, and they're the one handle the showings. I think that's how team works, and make this whole team make more money as a whole, and then find your spot and find your match. So my partner and I, we work very differently because I do social media, I do all the fun stuff regarding real estate, and he's the boring guy that in front of
It's not fun.
Yeah, he's the one that in front of the computer, and when we have 800 units in a building, he's the one that doing strategies behind the scene, pricing, and all the boring parts. So I think it's very important to find your best match and then co-working together and make the best use of the whole team.
Absolutely. As leaders of these amazing teams, what qualities and characteristics do you need to have for these teams to be successful? Okay, where to start?
Bianca.
As the CEO of the team, right, I think what you need to have is the vision, and you need to have the strategy, and you need to have the structure and the organizational process and a growth plan. So I look at our team and we have, what are we going to do next? What are our goals for next month? What are our quarterly goals? What is our 5-year plan? And how are we going to work to get there? And how are we going to make sure, you know, we're running this like a business? How much money are we spending month after month, quarter after quarter, reinvesting into the business? What's our marketing spend? What's our operational spend? What's our data spend to make sure that we're addressing needs as they come up? And also recognizing that fires come up every single day. Every day there is a fire, there's a catastrophe, and it's how do you crisis manage and how do you keep people calm and cool and collected and continue to rally people around the vision of where you're looking to go, because there's nothing easy about growing a business. There's nothing easy about making money. If you're making a lot of it, it's not easy to do that. You have to be working super strategically and relentlessly stay focused and get people focused on the vision with you. And so I would say those are the biggest things. And then there's a few others. Thank you, Dan.
That little cheerleader down there.
I love it.
I think from my perspective, because I don't deal sort of as a team in the same way that you do on a daily basis, you know, I'm sort of herding cats, I think is the expression we use a lot in the office. So I hope you're watching, guys, over in the UK. Collaborate! No, I think the thing for us really is the sort of more senior guys in the UK is sort of personal management and professional management. They're two very different things. Yep. You know, when you do come into a family business like Nest Seekers, it can get personal, and sometimes the personalities clash, and you think, Christ, you two have got such amazing skill sets, why aren't you collaborating? Well, I just don't like them, or whatever it might be. That happens everywhere.
All the time.
So there's that sort of personal thing, and you know, get over yourself, I say to people a lot. Dan says it a lot more, actually. I'm probably a bit nicer. But get over yourself, you know. Go and do it. Go make some money. And on a professional side, you know, that's why you're here. And, you know, we have this thing, if you're you know, you need to be looking at making a percentage of something, not 100% of nothing. And I think if you have that mentality of just grabbing everything for yourself and not collaborating, you're going to be, sadly, in that lesser situation.
I think a successful team should have successful agents in there first. So learn from the best, right? If your leader only make $50K a year, I highly doubt it you're gonna make $1 million a year. It's not impossible, but I would say if you're a junior agent, find a team or find a leader, mentor that you admire, right? Admire, you think, oh, she's so professional, she's doing she's definitely doing something right to make money. And I would say, learn from the best, learn what she does or he does, and copy him, copy her, do what she does, and then eventually you will just be like that. Sometimes even successful than your leaders. We see that happen quite often. Yeah, but at least you need to learn from the best to know the basic and grow after that. Use that as a leverage, as a base, and do your own thing and make more successful.
Yeah, I want more brokers to be making more money than me. You know, it's crazy, isn't it? But I want a bunch of brokers in the UK to make more money than me. That's the business model.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I will say, when you're joining a team or looking for a team, you need to see if everything in this business, you find someone that very experienced in that team, either doing rentals or either they're doing sales, as a leasing side, as a buyer side, as just a rental agents, what you want to do, and see if that leader do the stuff you do, and then you will learn that much easier. And then when you have a team that every single one doing something different, when you have a lead coming in, you know you can find someone to handle that business right. That's why I love NetSeeker's branding, because when I have a great lead for a LA project, if I don't have the NetSeeker office in downtown LA, then I'll say, okay, I can't handle it. But if NetSeeker has the LA office, if NetSeeker has the New Jersey office, when I have someone calling me, say, hey, I have a project, I like your marketing, I like your branding, but do you have the agent for that location? I do. That's why NetSeekers were growing globally into different markets, and I would say utilize that. When you find something, don't be shy, say, no, I cannot do it, but I'm sure you'll find someone in the network can handle that, and just work together.
I want to just piggyback. I want to recognize everyone on this stage, because we all lead, because I've worked with everyone here, we all lead with such a giving mindset of wanting to teach and share all of our secrets. And I have to applaud us, because truthfully, that's super rare in the business. I've been on many, many teams, and I've worked and collaborated with various different people, and not everyone wants to give you the playbook and all of their secrets, and wants their other agents to be as or more successful than they are, and we all share in that. So that, first of all, that's incredible. But as an agent, if you are looking to join a team because you want someone to feed you business, you will not be successful in the industry. I'm telling you 100%, you won't be successful in the industry because you're expecting someone to do the work for you. And then you are not a business owner.
Yeah, go get a job.
Go get a job. What you need to do when you're joining a team is finding out, who can I learn the most from? Who do I respect? Who do I appreciate? Who is going to teach me? That's the person you want to be with. That's where you're going to make the most amount of money, and that's going to be the team you're the most successful on. If you are just looking to join someone because you need someone to feed you business, you will work for that person forever. You will never have your own book of business because you're just simply servicing their clients. Does that make sense? Yeah.
So how important, well, welcome, Mark Brenner.
What time is it, Mark?
Hey, I'm Mark Brenner. I like long walks in the park and vigorous exercise. I'm Mark Brenner. I run New Jersey. Been working for NetSeekers for like 10 years, and ready to answer any questions that are thrown my way.
Well, this is a great one for you, actually, because we're talking about collaboration within a team. How important is that to be successful?
For collaboration in a team? Collaboration in a team, I kind of work more solo, so this is kind of hard for me to
Sorry,
talk
Matt,
about.
he has no idea who you are.
For, collaboration in a team for me is, reaching out to other businesses, reaching out to other, I'm sorry. I'm a little stuck on this one. I wasn't.
Well, what I'll tell you about Mark is that he and Matt collaborate on everything.
Yes.
They literally speak the same language half the time. They are constantly working on different clients, whether it is the back-end operational stuff or whatever the delivery is to a client in a meeting.
Yes.
The two of them are like two peas in a pod, and it's very impressive, and it's also very infectious when you're around them. And guaranteed, they will have you laughing as well.
I think now that we're getting warmed up, for me, is you find something that, or somebody that you don't do as good as they do in that position, right? So for me, I get a ton of business. I have hundreds of condos coming out. I have high-rise buildings. And Matt takes it and puts it all together and makes it happen. So I bring in the business, and I know hand it over to him, and everything's going to be laced up, taken care of, and it's going to help me shine. So it's very important to have somebody that will help you elevate your part of the team.
All of us have that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think 100%, and it's not just the work side of it. It goes down to your daily life and the bits. Dan and I, everyone knows, we work very closely together. We're best friends. But if I go and sell something for £6 million in Kensington and he's never been there before and he can't even remember the name of it or any of that sort of stuff, that doesn't bother me. We still have an agreement. We have a cast iron agreement that everything we do is a collaboration. And that was forged out of a business decision we made 10, 15 years ago. Similarly, if he went and sold Heathrow Airport for $2 trillion to, I don't know, the Chinese or whatever, and I didn't even go to Heathrow Airport, I'd still expect my cut, But it, no, he'd bugger off. But I think it comes down to that little thing, like, you could have a really terrible week. We all have bad weeks. Even you might have the odd bad week. And, sometimes you're on your way home and you think, God, what am I going to do? I'm just going to play golf tomorrow. I'm not going to try and make money. I'm going to go to the pub. But then you get a call from your business partner. It just says something that makes you go, you know what, actually, bollocks. I'm going to go back tomorrow, and I'm going to pitch for that again, and I'm going to make the business work. And that's not intrinsic work, is it? That is a relationship.
But for me, it helps me really go out there and get more business because I know I have the backing that's going to enable me to do that. So I go out there and just crush it and get every single piece of business possible, whether it's high-rise buildings, multiple townhouses, and just bring it back to the office, and I know it'll all be taken care of. And that's really huge to know you have that support.
And really, if you think about it, not just on mega teams, but in general in Nest Seekers International, we are all collaborating all the time. It's so, so important. So, next question. Why would you guys want to be part of a team? Why would a new agent look and seek out one of us to learn from?
Truthfully, I could never imagine being in this business and being a solo agent. And I respect those who are solo agents, but I'm such a collaborator, and I love being around other creative people. And I just don't like working alone. I love working with people. I love growing with people. I love having someone push me to become better. I love being able to push other people to become better and do it together. It's just like, I want to have as much fun at work as I do out on the street. It's what allows me to work 20 hours a day and not feel like I'm ever working at all, which I know probably seems really crazy to everyone, but I truly enjoy every moment that I get to work because I get to work with such great people. And so the team option is the only one for me, but you have to be on the right team and you have to find the right fit for you and not force it.
I think for me, it goes right back to my childhood. I was big into team sports. I played a lot of, have you guys ever heard of cricket? Anyway. That was for Dan. Anyway, cricket is a very mental, tough game, and I really enjoyed captaining or vice captaining and just putting an arm around someone's shoulder and sort of taking things forward. And we were pretty successful at the school I was at. Played a lot of football, soccer, whatever you could call it. And I think that team ethic really just, it's a lonely business, right? Yeah. Everyone does this. It can be quite lonely, but if you have that sort of team ethic thing. And that sort of we have to be. You've got to be selfish, of course. You want to make money and you want to sell property. You've got to be a bit selfish, but you've got to know your limitations, and you've got to know when someone does tell you something, to deal with it. And I think if you've got that mentality, go join a team.
Yeah. Also the camaraderie, like calling somebody and saying, "Hey, I just landed this building. This is freaking awesome. I can't wait to get to work with you," and it's fun, like sharing it with others as well.
I think for team, I think it's more like the scale thing for me because as a solo agent, I do my business, but I think in a team, I do much more business. So I think that's something that you definitely make more money in a team setting if the team is right. And the other thing is for me is more like a consistency and also like a emotional support. Because for me, when I was a solo agent, sometimes I work really hard during the summertime. Sometimes I'm lazy for the months. So you know, this is something that when you're a solo agent, that's always happening for me. But once I join the team, I see all my team members, and when I'm being lazy and people call me, say, hey, Nai, what you're doing, why I'm not seeing you in the office. So that's something helping me to be consistent. So I usually just go to the office and meet people and catch up on what's going on with the market, what's going on with all different agents, and when I see people are doing so many deals, and I get jealous, and I just work more. So I think that's like helping me a lot in a team setting.
Amazing. So as far as the benefits so far, we have education, we have a mentor that has actually failed, tried, failed again, tried again, right? You're learning from the best. And any other quick benefits of joining a team?
You do get leads.
And you get leads. You get leads.
Celebrating, actually. There's no better feeling than handing over the keys to someone, and 2 hours later you're on your face in a bar somewhere. It's just, you know, it's a great feeling. Yeah? And all of you guys that are too shy to agree with me, you're lying. It is true. We like selling and we like celebrating. You know?
And I think being part of something that's bigger than yourself.
Yes.
You know, this business, your career could change so quickly if you want it to, if you're putting the work in. We did yesterday, looking back a year, like where we will all be a year from now, where we will all be 30 days from now, where we will all be 5 years from now. It moves so fast. If you're around the right people who are pushing and prodding the right buttons as you go. So to me, I think that's the most exciting part, is not knowing where it's going to be tomorrow, but doing it together. Yeah.
And interestingly enough, we actually have now partnered up in our relationship of just even, you know, I look up to Bianca, we inspire each other, we're challenging each other to think differently and be the best female leaders that we can be as well. So I think that we can find inspiration, but with these leaders specifically leading these incredible mega teams, if you guys have any questions or if you're interested, these are the guys to contact. But thank you guys so much for joining us today for mega teams and succession building. Any questions?
No, it's time for lunch.
Let's
all
do
go
it.
down to lunch and we'll
Let's
join
do
each
it.
other
Thank
again
you.
soon.
please come join us in the main stage streaming lounge area. On this is myself, Matthew Gray, Tim Shao, and I don't know if Michael will be joining us right now, but we've got a robust panel. Oh, Nai again. You're a three-hit wonder right now. Come on, come join us. Perfect. I think we need a few extra chairs. Please come in, come settle in, get comfortable. We're a little more lax today than we were yesterday. I kind of like it. What do we think? Right? That way we can make it more interactive. We can answer questions if there are any. And we have the fabulous Kristen Sachs moderating right now. If you're standing in the back, please feel free to come sit down. Who is this for? No, she's going to stand. She's a shining, standing star. Thank you very much. Yes.
It's all about knowing our angles. Welcome to Building the Skyline. So when they asked me to moderate this, I said, ooh, this is going to be really, really good because we have some serious powerhouses that are doing just that. So just to kick this thing off, I mean, how do you get started in it? Everybody sees the fabulousness, right? We see Tim's walking down the streets of downtown LA with construction going on, and there's these cranes and these gorgeous buildings. We have Bianca every other day. There's a new building coming up with incredible names. The Motto, the Mateo, all of these different names. And we have all of these great partnerships in New Jersey now with the tallest building. And if you guys didn't hear it before, it is the tallest building in New Jersey. That is press-worthy. That is something to talk about. So if someone you're talking to is talking to you about new development, you can say, we are representing the tallest building in New Jersey. Very cool. So how do we get started in this?
How do we, or how did I get started in this?
I'm going to let you fly.
Okay, perfect. So I didn't always know that I wanted to focus on new development when I got started in real estate. But as my career in the industry started changing, what I realized after working on my first project is that development marketing is so different from working with individual buyers and sellers because it is an elongated game of strategy. It's understanding data, it's loving data, it's marketing, it's putting together a curated plan for how we will help our developer clients capitalize and maximize their investment and best position in order to create maximum exposure and create that urgency that we were talking about yesterday. And so why I love that is because it's numbers driven. The emotions taken out a little bit out of it compared to individual resale transactions. And you get to play this incredible game of chess over years for how do you sell out a 300 and 800 unit building? What are the first units you're going to put on the market? Which are going to be the absolute last to ever sell? Because there always are those least desirable units in any building. And how do you filter and funnel every single thing in between to create momentum through every single step of the way? So it's just a very, very exciting process that requires a lot of thinking. Yes.
Well, what attracted you to it, though, initially?
Truly, it was the strategy behind it is what excited me about it, because I hate to use the word manipulate the market, but you can control the market by strategically listing inventory, by strategic positioning, by the way that we capture and utilize renderings versus photography, which units we put on the market first. It's different than just having one singular asset, one individual unit to put on the market. You're at the confines of this is the price, this is what the apartment looks like, this is how we're going to list it. Of course, there's a lot of other ways to get different buyers, but I love that you could be super, super creative with development marketing, and that
You know, you could create stories around buildings and have all of these different faceted approaches of how do we tell stories about a project to create an emotional response with the buyers. So they're willing to pay above market for that investment.
And I think certainly the glamour of a new product is certainly the appeal. But I find that the more I work with new development, the more I like the juxtaposition of a construction site and then a finished product. And to be able to be as involved in it from A to Z, even before A, from pre-sales all the way to the end, I really think there's really nothing else in real estate quite like it, where an agent gets that heavily involved in picking out finishes down to announcing that the building's fully sold out. And I think there's such a rewarding and fulfilling aspect of the job that you don't see anywhere else. And of course, your clients. I mean, if you're really lucky, you get to work with a developer who's truly, truly passionate about the product, and it makes you even more so want to sell that product. So, yeah.
And to just jump onto that construction aspect, is this on? Yeah. I grew up in construction. My father came to this country, started his construction business. I started with a shovel. I was on the other side, not on the sales side. I was on the building side. I was digging trenches for hours at a time in the sun. And that's kind of what attracted me to this development marketing and sales was, you know, I was there digging as the investor came, as the developer came, as the broker came. And, you know, at that time I was like, oh, screw this. I'm trying to get out of the sun. I want to be part of the sales. I want to be part of this process. And being in that field on the other side has benefited me tremendously because now I know how to talk to developers. I know their pain points. I know what timelines are like. I know what pushes things back. I know the inspections. I know everything inside and out because I was on the other side of it. And being there had allowed me to get my love for it to blossom. And that's what really pulled me into new development marketing.
I would add that being green into real estate when I first got started, what drew me to new construction, besides it just being the product that most buyers, if they could afford, they prefer new development, was the idea of one listing agreement and having multiple units. So not that it's less work, because it's more work, but the process of just having one listing agreement, one seller, and you can have anywhere from 2 to 800 units that now you are the listing agent for, was definitely a huge draw in trying to work smarter towards getting more inventory.
For me, I was just trying to learn something that I didn't know for the first 7-8 years I was in business. So I was doing a lot of rental deals for the first 2 years, and I did a lot of like luxury condo sales for the 3rd and 4th years. And then after that, I did the business for a startup company, running, training, mentoring. And after that, I would just question myself, like, what's the other aspect in this business that I have no clue is new development. And then I was working with my partner, Michael, on a project that I was represent the buyer side for like 7-8 deals in that building, and he was on the listing side. So I was like, okay, maybe that's something that I'm interested to be on the other side. And also, I felt my English was getting so much worse because I was running a Chinese company. I speak Chinese all the time, and my English just got so much worse. And I was like, okay, let me join like an American company so I can have a lot of coworkers speaking English, so I will maintain my vocabulary. So I joined NetSeekers, and I started doing new development. So how I got my first project, it was a couple of our coworkers are saying, oh, I want to get that building. I want to know that developer. And they were like, oh, we have been chasing that developer for over 2 years. I was like, which one? Show me. And that was the developer for the tallest residential building in Queens. And I was like, oh, actually, I know someone. I can set up a meeting for you. And then we set up the meeting. We got the project. That's how that started. And then after that, we got the tallest residential building in New Jersey with co-working with Matt, and we also got the tallest residential building in downtown LA, co-working with Tim, and then my partner Michael also co-working with Bianca and Xiao on Hero in Long Island City, can't in like Brooklyn. So we're an open book. We're a team that co-working with every single agent in this firm and doing different business in different areas. So I think New Dev is something like you got the skill and you can co-working with a lot of the amazing agents in this business and just get better and know more and dealing with more deals as you go. You'll learn more. Because when I was solo agent, I may do like 20 deals a year. Okay, amazing, you're doing something and you're making a decent money. But when you're in New Dev, you may see like 200 agents, 200 different deals in that month, and then you're dealing with different tricky stuff and learn with Beyond Color, with all these amazing agents on different projects, different deals. I think that's how I grow the most the past 3 years as a New Dev agent.
Well, I think that's so true, because when you work on these development projects, you go all of a sudden from doing 20 or 30 deals a year, which is a good, healthy amount for most agents, to all of a sudden now you're doing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of deals a year. Now you're in the thousands of transaction numbers. When you're able to truncate doing 2,000 transactions in a 2-year period, a 3-year period, the amount you're working on, how you finesse financing contingencies, and the way you're negotiating closing cost concessions and construction credits and all of those things, you just get so much experience. You become a better negotiator, a better strategist, a better communicator, a better prioritizing. So it shortens the learning curve that you have in the resale market.
And it's truly a collaborative effort, new development, and that's really the beauty of it. That's what allows you to learn from each other, and that's also what allows you to succeed, right? We talk a lot in this summit about, going forward faster and further in numbers, and that's really New Dev. And I've had the incredible opportunity to work with so many wonderful, wonderful brokers and Seekers, and everyone has such different styles, and it's so wonderful to see how it works for everyone. And I think that working with new people in new projects, new teams, that's also another really interesting and layer in New Dev.
Yeah, I think this whole collaborative approach, if you guys take anything, it's can be this. Within this room, it's collaboration. Outside is competition. We all work with each other. We all make sure we all win. It's we, and that's the most important thing, is we work together, we get these projects, and we take over market share. That's one of the most important things we can focus on, is collaborating with one another so we could enter all markets, because expansion, always.
And more signs in the ground means more business for us. It's more visibility overall. So you guys are all on this stage because of your success and your visibility. So talk to me a little bit about some of the failures and some of the other successes that you could share with everybody.
I love to talk about failure. Okay. I don't take on projects when developers are not realistic about pricing. I'm fortunate at this point in my career that I could choose which developers I want to work with and ones I don't have to work with. And I know I am an expert at development marketing, and I am a strategist. And if a developer doesn't, I want to help coach them through the strategy of how we're going to get there. But if we cannot be aligned on strategy, if our communication is not there, if the pricing is not agreed to, the partnership is going to be set up for failure. And so I'm very, very transparent about that from the start. We can always push the limits. My goal is always to increase pricing. We always want to get more money, but we have to sell first, and we have to meet the market, and it's part of that. So I have definitely earlier in my career worked on projects where pricing was aspirational, markets shifted, and those are really difficult conversations to have, because when developers lose their buildings, they lose their business. And it's a really, really difficult conversation to be on the phone with banks all day, every day when markets shift. And so having those conversations, being super honest and transparent up front and outlining the strategy is crucial in order to have success on a project.
From a failure perspective, I think just like any client in real estate, the more people you get in front of, the more you're going to hear no. Yep. So, we try to get on as many pitches as possible, and we're not going to get every single one of them. A lot of times, maybe there was another agent that brought that developer the land that they're now building on. They're going to relist with them, even though you have a relationship with them. So there's going to always be failures. I think it was 5 years ago, we had a developer tell us, you haven't sold units of this size before. There was like a 4-unit building, 1,500 square feet. We were like, that's weird. We do it all the time.
Yeah.
and now we're representing, 99 Hudson, the largest building in New Jersey. So along the way, anytime that you're in new construction, new development, there's always going to be other outside things that happen that you can't control. But what we do after every pitch, after every time we meet with a developer is now we go back over what the conversation was. What did we think that we missed out on? What should we have said? So that we're using those failures and maybe the missed out projects and getting better at our craft. And a lot of times then those projects come back around and you're ready to have that conversation with the developer again and bring it back. So.
For the failure part that recently that I experienced, is more like we have like 3 buildings in that area already, and there's a new one coming up. And I know that area is our sweet and butter. We still want to get it. The more we get, the happier we will be. But sometimes the developer also seeing all other agents, right? And they feel like the question that I got a lot is, you already have 3 projects. There are only 5 projects in that area. Why you still want to get your 4th one? And how you balance that the clients are not going to my competitive projects. I think that's what we experienced a lot recently.
I think also timeline. I think timeline is something that goes for new development that's huge. You promise a timeline for delivery, you promise a timeline for sellout. All of these timelines with new development, unfortunately, are moving scales that we constantly chase. So how do we have that conversation with the developer, with the buyers who bought into the unit? I think that a lot of that goes then back from sort of failures to successes. You really have to be innovative, creative. How do you market a project that's constantly moving, timeline-wise, projection-wise, even pricing? It changes.
Delivery timeline for when you're going to launch with pricing. I mean, that's huge. Buildings that were supposed to be delivered in 2020, I think I pushed to 21, and then 22, and all of a sudden your pricing went up, and then they come back. Exactly. So that moving scale and realigning expectations over and over again to realign with the current market.
Those sound like tough conversations with developers
and buyers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. It's having those conversations and be willing to, because in new development, it's not so much failures constantly, but it's having those difficult conversations, like Bianca mentioned, on a daily, whether it's with the developers, it's with the banks, with buyers. You got to be able to be comfortable with being uncomfortable in this development field, because this is a whole nother monster. You're dealing with 400, 500, 800, 900 units at a time across multiple projects, across multiple markets. Your phone's going to be ringing off the hook. You're going to be blowing up people's phones. You have to be ready to make those calls and have those difficult conversations.
So you have agents that are already in the development marketing side of things, but for the agents that are not involved, what are some things that they wouldn't know about development marketing?
I would say that it all looks good when you're selling new construction and you have these beautiful units, you have beautiful walkthroughs, social media looks great, but behind the scenes, how much work is put in and the delayed gratification of a project. So as an example, a building that we're working on in Jersey City, I got married, this was back in 2019, and the entire flight to Greece and our first night in Athens, my wife, thank God for her, I just sat in the hotel and was working on pricing for this building. We're selling that building now, but there were timelines and he needed pricing, he needed to talk to banks.
They needed it that day.
And needed it that day. So
3 years later,
you're looking
you
at
needed the price.
2019, we're in 2024, we just started closings this past September. That's a huge gap, and there's a lot of work and meetings that go in between that not everybody sees.
Yeah.
They just think, wow, how lucky are you to be selling a building and representing a building of this size and picking up those commissions. But really, it is just years and years of delayed gratification because you're not getting paid for that time.
Yes.
So that's what I think most people don't see.
Yeah, it's very glamorous, like you mentioned, with the social media posts, the drone shots, the videos. But it's the years leading up to the project being launched, the inspections, the failed inspections, being pushed back on timelines, setting up pricing, being on those phone calls at midnight, or whether it's a developer's timeline or their time zone, It's an accumulation of work that takes years for it to be extra special when it actually launches, and then that's when you can really sit back and plan everything out and really launch your sales.
And the construction is very cold during the winter time in New York.
Yes.
Very cold.
I
No
think
elevators.
That's a tough moment for me because like every single one see me in cute dresses, heels, and all that. But during the day,
What about when there's no
day,
elevator?
no elevator. The building is like 20-something stories. You're in your sneakers
hoist.
and everything. Yeah, because on the hoist is so cold, freezing, and no bathroom, no heat.
And don't complain about it. You don't get to complain about it.
I know. And
you have to go to the Starbucks. Starbucks to go to the
So you're
bathroom.
showing in a building, especially for like a winter open house. I'm in the construction from 10 to 5 and freezing cold the whole day. So certain things like that, nobody sees. When you see like certain building like Green, the building that I represent, and then it's the number 2 selling building in 2023, which is last year, and it's the only building outside of Manhattan. So we did over 100 units within a year. But the summertime, I was covered with dust. And wintertime, you're like freezing cold. You don't even have glass on your windows. So it's like really tough. But I have to say, as a new dev agents, you do gain recognition, and then you do gain reputation much faster as a solo agent. Because if you're a solo agent, even you do a lot of deals in a year, only the agents doing deals with you know you as a good agent. But when you're on a building, everyone know you. The whole city agents see you as a new dev agent, and you have this energy. You have this building, that building, and they know you as a really successful agent. And then more clients will find you. More agents want to work with you. I think that's the benefit part for me as a new dev agent. I never experienced that before when I was a solo agent.
Yes. And just to kind of add on to that, and I know we're moving on to the next point, but I think that something that people are drawn to real estate for is really the flexibility and schedule. And I have to say, with new development, you kind of have to sacrifice that. You compromise a lot. You know, on one of my first projects, I was months pregnant. No one even knew. No one on my team. We were working 21 stories, and we were taking the stairs. We were working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. after-hour showings. There is nothing easy about getting into new dev, especially pre-construction, pre-sales. The timeline from the moment you get, you sign the contract to the moment of sellout, like to closings, it's such a long road, and you just have to be ready to be in there, to grind. And honestly, the most glamorous parts of it are what's captured on film. That's about it.
Well, it's a great segue because I'm sure there's agents out there that are looking to you guys, and this is so inspirational, and they love the social media, and they're not so sure about the cold winters now. But they want to get into new development marketing. What would you tell them? What's the next step they want to get involved?
I would suggest boots on ground. Go to these projects. You see a crane, you see scaffolding, you see permits being posted. Visit the job sites weekdays or weekends. In LA, typically the developers are there on the weekends because they're visiting their job site when the project's kind of dwindling, construction's not really going on. And you could really, really learn a lot, not just from the developer, but the construction team. Get out there, find out why they're building in these areas, what they're building in these areas, and see what the city's planning for this future. Put all that together and really leverage that towards a Bianca, towards a Nai, towards a Matt, towards everyone on this panel, and really provide that value if you really are interested in getting in this field. But I do think explaining how difficult it is, we're probably being counterintuitive to a lot of agents.
I was going to say, well, so far we have to be really, really specific about our life partner, especially on our honeymoon,
sure.
right? And we need to pick the best sneakers to go up and down the stairs. So, yes, boots. Anybody else?
I think certainly we're always looking for agents to work with on projects because, as you can tell, we're always taking on new projects. And I think really finding someone who's willing to do that work is invaluable. It is really, like we said, new development is truly a collaborative effort. So if you're looking to get onto a new development, section of real estate, I would say start talking to any one of us about projects that we have going on, projects coming up. Talk about your strengths and really be prepared to be there. You just have to show up. That's really it.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of different ways to get involved with new development. If you're trying to land a project yourself, it's funny, I feel like all the different talks that have happened over the last 2 days, they kind of all blend together, right? We talk about leveraging the brand. Nobody does more new construction than Nest Seekers, right? So when we're in front of developers and we're pitching projects, we're showing the portfolio of projects that Nest Seekers represents in every part of the country, different countries. So leverage the brand. But then I thought Jimmy from the Hamptons yesterday was talking on the final panel, and he mentioned he couldn't work with a developer, but what he did was he found him a deal so that he could then start working with him. That, I think, is the best way to try to land a project. Once you see the building already built, there's a good chance that that developer already has spoken to an agent and has some type of relationship. Not saying don't go after it, but why don't you reach out to that developer and ask him, what are you looking into for acquisitions? What type of property do you want us to find for you? And then do the work and go find that type of property, right? Bring a developer a deal and then make it known that you want the listings on the back end. So I think that that is the best way to take an actionable step. Right now, we're trying to do this first quarter is anything in Jersey City that went through and had a building permit pulled, reach out to that person, try to get to the owner, ask them what they're looking for when they're acquiring properties, and then add them to a list and then start looking for properties to bring developers.
So in a nutshell, it's creating that unique value proposition of how you're going to create that value for that client. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I would suggest have a little bit savings before you join in this category.
Yeah, that's nice.
Because before I joined Nest Seekers, my thinking process was, okay, I already have some deals done. The next year, I joined Nest Seekers. Even I don't do anything, I have like $300K gonna be closing. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna try for a year and see if I can do this, right? Not every project as like once you get the contract signed, they already have TCO. No, a lot of buildings, especially for buildings with bigger scale, once you sign the agreement, you may work on that project every single week on weekly meetings with your developers, with architect, with interior designer for weeks, months, years before you have that building coming up, and then you sell. If you don't sell, you don't make money. And you sell it, right? You still wait another year to close that, and then you get paid. So that's
and then you get married and you have kids all during that time period, and you have to be available on your wedding day and on your honeymoon, every single vacation, because you don't get to say to a developer, I'll call you later, I'll call you tomorrow.
Exactly.
It's you answer that damn phone when a developer calls.
Right, so you gotta be prepared financially and mentally for this business. Otherwise, it's very tough. Certain people just cannot wait that long, cannot wait to get paid during the whole that year, nothing, and then you cannot survive. So I'll say be prepared for that, and then find a good agents like us to co-working together and to make sure that you shortcut the process.
So before we wrap up, I just want to make sure everyone is aware, if you go to our website, there is a beautiful tab there that says New Development, where we list every incredible project that we're working on. So you have all of the details, and it tells you who the broker is. So if you have any questions, you can go directly to that person and start creating value for yourself and knowing what inventory is going to be coming to the market, so you can then start help pre-selling, right? So it's all about that strategy involved. I couldn't be more inspired by what you guys are doing, and I thank you so much for leading all of this incredible new projects for us with the company.
I'll add one last thing that's a super actionable step for any agent in the room. Whatever market you're in, wherever any of us have a new development, just reach out and say that you want to go shoot content there and claim the building as your own. No, I've never seen an agent in Nest Seekers say, no, you can't shoot my building. Like, go there, you know, if you're in New Jersey.
Please come visit.
Come to
Seriously.
one of our
Yes, please.
If any guys, so now your entire, sphere, they think that you're representing buildings and new construction, if that's what you want to do, just go shoot content. You never know what's going to come from it.
Yep. And just to
I'm
piggyback
so
that,
glad- yeah, I'm
if
so
you
glad you
guys
said
want to
that.
go sunny Los Angeles, I have a couple projects.
I spent a day with Tim. He was the most spectacular host, and we
Thank
had
you.
so much fun
Thank you.
together.
He said he'll even fly you out, so he'll cover your expenses.
Yeah, if you sell a couple units with me. But please leverage us, leverage our projects. We've built this on We. If you're looking for something in LA and you have a conversation with a developer in LA or California, say we have these projects in California, and same goes for everyone on this panel. So please use our projects to leverage more business for yourself and for us.
When you're traveling, book a tour. We're going to get some content, and we're going to monetize that media.
Yes.
Thank you guys so much for joining this session. Appreciate it.
Make sure you fly that secret jet everywhere you go.
And the yachts.
And the yachts.
Great. So we are down to our final sessions of the day. It is hard to believe that this incredible Q1 Summit is coming to a close soon. Not yet, but soon. So we are going to have Back to Basics on this stage, Selling Through Storytelling on 21, and we have Toronto to South Florida in the storefront.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Okay.
Hey. Hi.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
How are you?
I'm great, John. How are you?
Are you?
Christian, how are you doing? I'm wonderful. How are you doing?
I'm well. Christian, how are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. Well, thank you guys all for coming to check us out today. We are going to be talking about Back to Basics. As simple as it is to, have things that'll make you all successful. So I'm going to turn to my friends to my right. If you guys can give me some tips of just basic things you recommend agents to do in order to get started and to become successful.
Absolutely. Look, I think there's 4 things that any agent needs. You need a business plan, you need a CRM, you need a website, and you need a newsletter. If you don't have any of those 4 things, you need to be introspective and figure out how and why you don't have those things. You become more and more confident in your business to work and working with other clients when you understand who you are, right? My business mantra is I want to win with good people by doing the right thing. My brand is I'm my client's partner and advisor, and the core value that I really believe in for real estate is that time kills all deals, right? So I'm not able to come up with those last 3 things unless I understand who I am as a business person, what my business should be, and how I can scale that to, sort of reverse engineer my clients.
John.
Thank you for that. You do. You need a CRM. You need all the things that Paul's mentioning. You also need guidance from a mentor, which is where Paul comes in as well. Don't discount yourself. That's the first thing.
I appreciate that.
That's
Thank you.
the first thing.
That's first and foremost. Is if you're getting into the business, you want to talk about back to basics, it's find a place where you're supported. Obviously, at Nest Seekers, we don't need to really sell that because you all know that we're all here 24/7. Everybody in the room has either been hired or mentored or has worked with us in some capacity. So that's really first and foremost. Outside of all of the wonderful stuff that Paul just mentioned, you also need to prospect. That's the number one, in my mind, the number one thing is building your business. If you're at home, this is the thing, and you'll probably be able to talk about this too. When I'm interviewing new agents, they just got their license. I just passed my exam. Can I meet with you? Sure. They come in, they meet with me, and they say, and I always ask them, why are you getting into real estate? And invariably, say about 5 out of 100 interviews, what do they say? To make my own schedule.
I want to work less and make my own schedule.
Yeah, I'd like to make my own schedule.
I want to make $1 million my first year.
Yeah, I want to make $1 million in my first year.
How do I get a
from
$30
home.
million listing and end up on the TV shows?
Yeah, I want to be on TV, I want to make $1 million, and I want to make my own schedule.
I'm going to get really, really basic. It's showing up. It's going to the office. When Bianca and I started together before we formed our team, she and I were on a project together. We were there 6 days a week. We worked alongside each other. We asked each other questions. We learned every single day. It was that simple as just going to the office. Still, I go to the office every day. I'm based out of Brooklyn. You know, everyone here in the 505 office sees Bianca. She's the first one in and the last one out. I always say to new agents, go to the office. I went during COVID. I had nothing going on. I watched YouTube. It was just a great habit to do. For me, if I see an agent who's in the office every day, maybe they don't have the business yet, but I see that they're trying, I will reach out a hand. I will offer them to cover an open house. I will give them a lead, maybe a small rental lead, but anything. And the reason I do it is because if I see you're trying, I want to help you succeed.
Yeah, I think too that, you know, I had a conversation with somebody who we were talking about the best ability is availability, just showing up, right? 95% of life is just showing up. You know, at the end of the day, and every agent that's out of the Soho office, I treat you guys like CEOs because that's what you are. There are 100 CEOs in this room right now. You have complete agency and autonomy over every aspect of your business, and our job is to help you understand your unique value proposition within our ecosystem so you can scale and build. I think that there's a couple of things that understanding why you're in real estate is important. I came into real estate because I want to make a fuck ton of money, right? There's nothing wrong with saying that I want to make money. You know, my vision is that, you know, I want to be somebody who doesn't necessarily show apartments for the rest of my life, but somebody who is able to help identify land opportunities, build, sell, and do, you know, bigger picture things like that. So from a perspective, and I want to also touch on too, my website it was like the first thing I did when I started 8 years ago, has generated me 0 leads. But what it's done is that it's validated my business, it's validated my experience, that where I have won clients over other agents because in my email signature, they see my website, they learn about me, I develop human capital with them even before I meet them, and they know, okay, well, Paul is not just a real estate guy, you know, he's in a band, shameless self-promotion.
What is the band name and what is the website?
It's called Nefariant, NEFARIANT.com. I play piano in a metal band, Metal Billy Joel. That's my second dream outside real estate.
To be Billy Joel.
Metal Billy Joel.
Got it.
Yes. You know, but we have to figure out ways, especially as you're building and as you move into a new year, validating your business. I always joke, my newsletter is the #1 driver in my business. I send it out every single Friday morning at 10 a.m. And I've showed you guys the text today, some of you. A client reached out, goes, Paul, your newsletter today was great. Let's have a conversation. Right? It's ways to reinforce being in front of your client. It shows that you're a subject matter expert. You know, no one really cares what your favorite pumpkin pie recipe is, right? But what they care about is that you understand the market, that you're being proactive in their wants and their needs, and that working with you mitigates their risk and uncertainty when transacting an asset class responsible for 80% of global wealth.
Agree. I'd also like to touch on what you just said. One of the things you said is you should not be afraid, and it's not wrong to want to earn and make money. There is a huge discourse that sort of permeated the culture in the last 10 to 15 years where it sort of shames you into not wanting to earn money. or that if you are wealthy or you become a high-earning individual, you're somehow morally, suspect. It's very important to keep in mind one simple fact. Nobody is going to give it to you. Not your mom, not your dad, not the government, not your partner. Period. Go out there and get it. Period. That's it. You should not be ashamed to earn. And everything that we do at Nest Seekers is to empower you to go out there and do it. If you have a client who exists in the arts and they don't really own their perpetual renters, but they somehow have $2 million in the bank from their art dealing at the art dealers, connect with them and work with them to perhaps trade those art pieces. Maybe you can even work with them to get them their next perpetual rental, which is maybe at a higher price point. But to your point, it's not wrong to want to earn, and it is not wrong to get there. That's something that I see in a lot of young people, whereas, not to say I'm not young, but in a lot of younger people, there's this
You're a little bit older.
I'm 42. I turned 42 last week. There is this sort of mentality of, it's wrong to want to earn. It's wrong to have. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And if you tell yourself that there's something wrong with it, or you believe that there's something wrong with it, you're never going to get there. So the first step, in all honesty, is to get that out of your head. In your head, you should be a billionaire. We should have more millionaires. We should have more billionaires. And they should all come out of Nest Seekers.
I agree. I think, and I know too, one of the biggest issues that I had when I first started was asking to get paid, understanding what my worth was, collecting a fee from a client, right? Our job is to provide value and knowledge and insight and to be a subject matter expert in a space that where if they're renting, they only transact once every 2 years. They buy and sell once every 5 to 7. We know how dynamic this market is. We're in it every day. They can't self-diagnose the way that we can because we're in it. One of the principles that I preach during our training sessions is that if you cannot eloquently answer how's the market, you will not find success in this space, unequivocally. When people are fickle, hey, what's your name? Oh, my name's Mark. Oh, hey, Mark, what do you do? I'm in real estate. Great. The next question they're going to ask you is, how's the market? And unless you're able to eloquently answer that question, and regardless of what's going on in the marketplace, you always start that answer the same way. Well, it depends on what side of the transaction you're on. I don't know why someone's asking me that question, but I'm going to exhibit that I know the rental side, I know the buy side, I know the sell side, and that no matter how they're looking to transact or why they're looking to transact, I'm their guy for it. So if you are struggling to come up with an answer for that, you need to just write it down. It's practice, right? How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice. That's all you got to do.
I thought you just took the subway.
Thanks, man. $10, sorry, won that clap.
I think
Thanks.
it comes down to, again, as I mentioned yesterday, just knowledge and confidence. If you're sitting there, you go to, Paul's seminar, you sit and talk to John, you're getting invaluable experience. You get to listen from experts, and you get to, as everyone keeps saying, fake it till you make it, but that's how I got started. Just try your best. Try to express what people have told you. Try to get your own message out there. One of our friends from Zimbabwe is here. I think she, took over there we go. She figured out maybe some new ways how to translate your Instagram into how to, get more people to follow you, to know that you're doing real estate. It is that simple. You probably learned a new skill in 2 minutes that any of us can learn and use. And, just make it very personable, make it very simple. I was telling Matt yesterday, when we were kindly invited to Mexico, we all jumped at the chance to go and meet our counterparts there and experience great real estate. Matt and I were standing with the other, U.S. Nest Seekers agents, and Matt turned to me and said, let's go meet 5 people. So he and I split. We went and each met 5 people. It was that basic of just putting yourself out there, of communicating who you are and learning from other people. So to me, that's so basic. Pretend you're at a cocktail party or you're on a date. Just try to learn something from everybody. That's how basic it is.
I call it the mayor principle. Shake hands and kiss babies.
I love that. Yeah, the mayor principle.
Yeah, go out there. Hello, how are you? I'm John Carbone. Nice to meet you. It sticks with people. It really sticks with people. If you just go up to them and shake their hand and tell them all about you, they're going to be like, who the hell is this freak? What the hell? What the oh. And then they're never going to forget you. And then if you get their contact information, now you have a warm lead for your CRM.
And look, I think too, and Matt mentioned it earlier, there's a lot of crossover between a lot of these sections. And one thing that I've been experiencing, which is something you all can do immediately, is that on LinkedIn, it's such a powerful tool. Like we originally, I say we, because it is we, I happened to reach out to Nuno Franco even before it was a Portugal office. He goes, hey, I do real estate in Portugal. I'm like, hey, I want to learn about the market. I then connected with Daniel and Sally, and now we have a Portuguese office, right? Just because of LinkedIn. So what I've been seeing and what people have done and how I've kind of expanded my network is that I will find people who I went to Hofstra with. Not even necessarily at the same time, but who we graduated from the same university. I connected with a guy who graduated 40 years before I did, and I reached out to him and go, hey, he's an FA at Goldman Sachs, so hey, I think that there's a lot of opportunity and crossover between what your clients are and who mine are. We both went to Hofstra, and because that's our single common denominator, we ended up working together. He's a golf buddy of mine now. We hang out, we do stuff. So, don't be afraid to find common interests that you have with people on LinkedIn, because people are on LinkedIn to network and to make money and to find out who it is that they can work with. So reach out. Where'd you go to school? Find those people. Search by their careers. Do you want to? I'm working with a client right now where I need to go find an arborist to find out how old a tree is to see it won't fall on the house. Right? I never thought I would have to deal with that. And if anyone knows a good arborist, please let me know. But, the simple blocking and tackling, it's fundamentals. And I know, and one of the reasons why my newsletter goes out every single week now is because last year, after the summit, I decided to recommit myself to it because I was getting lazy. I was in real estate, I guess 7 years at that point, and I'm like, I don't need to do that stuff anymore. No, it is integral. The basics is what gives you the foundation to grow and scale your business. The new development team that was just up here, they're still doing blocking and tackling. They're still sending out newsletters, marketing mailers. They are making sure that they are front and center for their clients. So I know it may sound tedious. I was finishing my newsletter this morning at 8 a.m., like just trying to get it out for 10. And I did, and it's been positive feedback. So do not forget to do the simple things. Question?
Such a great segue. We're going to take questions.
We'll take questions. Here we go. Melissa, let's hear it.
Oh, let me give you the mic.
Hi, I'm Melissa. I'm in the New York City office working with these fine fellows. And what template do you use for the newsletter?
So I use a platform. When I first started, I used MailChimp because it was free and it was easy and it integrated with Pipedrive, which is my CRM, which now that we have Eva, I will be switching everything over because I don't think anyone has ever seen the movie Terminator, but it's scary what's happening with the AI stuff. So I use MailChimp, and now I use a platform called Beehive, Beehiiv. I pay about $100 a month for it. If I didn't send out 4 or 5 newsletters a month, I probably wouldn't have paid for it. But it's super seamless, it's easy, super friendly user interface, and you're able to upload CSV files of all your contacts in there. You got it.
Other questions about the basics?
Question, yes.
Hi, I'm Kiana. I'm from the Jersey City office.
Hello.
As far as the newsletter as well, where do you get your information from? Like, how do you compile your emails, and how do you stay consistent doing it every single week?
I love that question. So I have it formatted that where the first section is essentially a weekly update. And my newsletter is not just about real estate. It's about economics, and it's about things that are happening in the business world, right? So I have it broken down to what happened this week. Then I'll have like a little op-ed section about what I think is going on in the market based on new information that we have. I will then have a chart that I pull from another newsletter I get, a platform called ExecSum, which all of you should absolutely follow and get on in there. It's a huge, huge source of information for me. I pull an asset chart that shows how other assets are performing, the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gold, oil, because if people are going to be buying real estate, they probably are invested in stocks, and they may want to see how things are performing, right? After that, I pull a chart directly from Urban Digs that shows what is going on in the New York City market, level of supply that's come on, units that have come off market, things that went in the contract. After that, I then have a mortgage rate update. Mortgage rates are the number one reason why people are probably staying away from real estate. Well, stayed away from it last year, right? So I have an update. I pull a chart directly from Freddie Mac, and you can see how rates are moving. Underneath that, I have a News You Can Use section that kind of builds out what my op-ed was, so that you know that I'm not making shit up. And then I end it with like an inspirational quote. Today, I think I did something on leadership that's kind of meant to inspire clients. But I do that, and because I have it formulated that way, it's just easy to kind of input information. I'm also an avid reader. I read constantly. Every morning I wake up, I probably have 11 emails in my inbox from whether it's Bloomberg or thought leaders that I follow that inspire me for the rest of the day and give me the knowledge and insight that I need. You know, I'm super long-winded and I apologize, but one of the ways in how I look at myself from a branding perspective is I hate the idea of being called a salesperson, or I hate the idea of being called a realtor. The realtor word drives me nuts. And I think that life is about perspective and positioning. And my perspective is that I operate as my client's partner and advisor in the transaction of an asset class responsible for 80% of global wealth. And because that's my perspective, I have to position myself as a subject matter expert with the knowledge and insight that allows my clients to make informed decisions about their quality of life. Right? And because I look at what I do through that prism, when it comes time to make the newsletters, the information I'm putting in there, I'm asking myself, is this going to be valuable to somebody? Is somebody going to then look at me and say, okay, well, Paul's talking about Fed rates and how Treasury yields correlate to, you know, a drop in interest rates. I use words like quantitative tightening and easing, right? If I'm able to use those types of words to communicate with people, I'll win business. I also know that I want to work with people more on the $10 million buy and sell side. And they're a lot smarter than me because they have a $10 million house and I don't, right? So I want to be able to have those types of conversations with them on that higher level. I hope that answered the question.
If you're generally curious about the world and you're generally inquisitive as to what makes the real estate markets tick, you could pull all those things in a weekend.
Yeah.
You could click the save button in whatever app you're using, whether it's Twitter or Instagram even, right? Because you have ExecSum comes from Liquidity. Yep. So you can follow them on Instagram. If you're generally curious and inquisitive about the markets, you could write a book, you know?
And well, you know, several of the agents in the Soho office are on my newsletter list. I tell them take information from there and use it as your own. Gabby, you told me yesterday that somebody asked you how the market was, and you said you had just read my newsletter, and you were able to answer that question. So, you know, that's the type of value that I want to provide. You know, this is a shared experience of we take my information, do what it is that you got to do, help create that comparative advantage.
Do we have other questions about the basics? I know there are questions because you all ask them nonstop.
I don't need a microphone.
Okay.
That's that opera voice.
It's for our live stream. Otherwise they can't hear you.
14 years as a professional opera singer. It's embarrassing to use a microphone. So my question is, I've had a very successful business in Texas for the last 10 years, just moved here a couple months ago. We talk about reverse engineering our clients, and we've had great conversations about how we believe being an educator is really what being an agent is.
1,000%.
And my question is, when you are looking to meet these types of high wealth net worth individuals, where can you meet them? Where are they hanging out at? And how do you figure that out so that you can insert yourself and be in front of them?
I love that. I think it comes down to understanding what their lifestyle is.
Thank you.
Right? You know, when I wanted to start working with $5 million and up buyers, I learned how to golf because I wanted to be on a golf course to be with people who didn't need to work on a Wednesday morning. And when I'm paired with 3 other people who I've never met before, and I spend 5 hours with them on a golf course, like that's going to help create relationships. You know, I have 2 buyers now that I've met through golfing that are they're my age, they're in the finance industry, and because I went and I did that, I am now able to potentially move them into clients, right? And I think, you know, if you look at the rental side of things, well, you know, if you're working with somebody who wants to spend $2,000 on an apartment, well, that means make $80,000 a year. There's nothing wrong with making $80,000 a year, but I want to work with somebody who has to make $250,000 in order to rent an apartment, because if they make $250,000, then they have colleagues that make $250,000. They have friends that probably make $250,000. They're going to be much closer to buying a home earning $250,000 than they are somebody who's at $80,000, and I try to figure out where those people are. As much as I love dive bars and shitty beer, if I want to find a high net worth individual, I probably have to go to the Baccarat and spend $32 on a gin and tonic, right? Not ideal, not something I want to do, but that's where those people are. Find out where they are, who they are, and then work backwards.
Or apparently just rent the G-Wagon because it
Yes.
works for Sean Elliott.
I think Kristen's renting out her wagon to drive around in.
But I think succinctly, pick up a sport or something that people, or a hobby, I should say, that people that are high net worth participate in. Be a member of a country club if you're in one of the suburbs of New York City. I mean, you're an opera singer. That you don't have a lot of $1,500 renters going to the opera. Gotta say. Also, go to these high net worth hotels. Bo Palazzola, when he broke into the industry, he wasn't born in Colorado. He's from the South. If you talk to him, you'll know that from his accent. What does he do? And he says this to me. He says, "You're crazy, man. I don't know how you do it. You got to go to these places, and you got to sit in the middle between two people you don't know and start talking to them. So go to the Mark, go to the Sherry, go to the Plaza. I guess not the Plaza anymore because they closed it down, but go to these places like the Baccarat. Put yourself in between two people and make friends. Again, it's the mayor principle. Shake hands. Oh, what are you? Or even the St. Regis. Everywhere that I go is an opportunity to meet a client. That's why I'm never off. That's why I'm exhausted, but that's why I'm never off. It's the same thing. If you see Sean Elliott, I mean, Eddie said it yesterday. Sean is in the line at TSA in the airport, and he's pitching people. Some people think that's psychotic. The man drives a G-Wagon. I think that's genius, right? So I'd rather follow his advice than somebody that says, "Oh, don't talk to anybody."
Yeah, you definitely kind of feel a little bit like a sociopath sometimes because you're like, your clients can
I never
smell.
feel like a sociopath.
Because you are. I'll tell you the thing. Most sociopaths don't feel like sociopaths. I'll tell you the thing. Just joshing. We have the same birthday. We found that out this week. Yeah, so same day.
Oh, we were born on the same day.
Just like 10 years apart.
Well, yeah, I'm 42.
Where was I going with that before we fell into some cheeky banter?
We were talking about the Baccarat,
Pitching all the time,
pitching
yes.
all the time.
You have to be on.
Sociopathy.
Sociopathy,
Yes.
You have to be on all the time, and it's exhausting, right? Clients can smell desperation, they can smell depression, they can smell sadness, right? So walking in like the world is great every single time is exhausting. When you're talking to other colleagues, being great, being optimistic is challenging. It is hard work to be positive, right? But you have to do it. Christian, I wanted to ask you, throughout your experience and your time, kind of what have you found to be the most, I guess, what's that touch point for you that where you feel the most effective in communicating with clients and reapproaching them after not maybe speaking to them for a few months?
I think it's imperative to reach out to people all the time. I'm notorious for very short emails, just saying, "Hi, how are you? What's new? What's going on?" I think just being a touch base, as I said yesterday to someone's question, you have to treat everyone the same. You have to reach out. You have to be, inquisitive what's going on with someone's life. Again, it's that basic, just being genuinely interested in somebody else, and I think that comes through. For a long time, it took me a while to have a confidence where I wasn't trying to pitch myself constantly with trying to, look, uber professional. Once I was able to just be myself, that, I think just helped me tenfold to get where I am today.
I love that. I think that creating human capital with people and being yourself, at the end of the day, people work with people who they like and they trust, right? And I think, John, you would agree, emotional intelligence is just as important as actual IQ about what the market is.
You don't need IQ. You don't need it.
Yeah.
You don't need it. People would rather work with an amazing person than a genius.
You don't need to talk too much. I always see agents talk too much. That is the number one thing that kills anything. Listen. Again, it's that simple. That's that basic. Just listen to people.
One of my favorite books is 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and the second habit is seek first to understand before being understood. So I always try to preach that. You got to listen, because you can be the smartest guy in the world, but if you're talking at someone and not listening effectively, you're never gonna convert them.
That's what I was going to say. Ask more questions, because you can be taking a conversation in one direction, and they want to take it in another, and you're talking about yourself, and you're saying all these things, and you're not getting to what they're really looking for. So ask more questions and talk about it.
My approach is, I think we win a client over within the first 10 seconds. If they already like your vibe, they'll be interested in what they're going to see. I always say maybe they're not. Melissa and I had a great tour once. I think I hit it off with your clients. They didn't wind up buying there, but I think they'd be interested in seeing something else that I was showing. You get them right away. They're interested in what you have to offer. If not, they want to come check out something else you have. the way I work is I ask all my questions from the, if it's a new development, from the front door to the elevator. I ask everything. So in my head, I was a journalist, so I'm able to ask and then listen. Once we get into the apartment, I step back. I let them do their thing. I don't shadow them. I don't follow along. But I have tucked away what we talked about, and I'm able to bring them back to that. And again, I think they, know that I was listening, and that goes a long way.
So another basic is be a human, right? That's what we're saying.
What?
Be a human.
Be a human.
Just be a person.
Be a person.
I mean, it's also the same thing with other brokers. If a deal doesn't get done, whether the client, is passing on the property or what, we're doing one right now with that guy who just saw uptown. That guy almost left my network, but the reason why he stuck around is because he liked it.
stepped in.
Because Kristen stepped in. No, because
I heard this guy, just to interject, he was saying he's a music guy. So I don't really know much. So I was just listening. He said he's really into music. We were showing a project, and across the street is Nell's, an old school club in Manhattan. So one of this guy's associates said, oh, he's really into music. So I pulled him to the window, and I said, oh, you like this project. That's Nell's. Did you ever go to that club? The guy piqued his interest. He calls me 3 times a day, and we've seen many projects together. Reason being is I just listened, and I was able to relate to him in some way.
Be human.
Yeah, there's a great book called Ninja Selling by Larry Kendall, if some of you haven't read it. And there's something, Ninja Selling. And in it, he talks about something called a Ford method, where it's things to have conversations about: family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. And if you are with your client and there's an awkward silence, because sometimes that may happen, you pick something from Ford and you ask them about it. Hey, what are you doing this weekend? How's life, right? It's weird to ask somebody you just met what their dreams are, but you can sort of, kind of extrapolate information, get comfortable. When it comes to the family questions, don't ask them how the relationship with their dad is. Like, that's a little ridiculous. But you start to kind of pull information about what the dynamic is between the two people you're with.
They'll tell you.
They really will.
We become therapists. They will tell you.
We are in
People like to
hospitality,
talk.
education, and therapy.
Yeah.
Pass her a mic.
Can we give Danushi a mic? Pass it back. Get that girl a mic.
There was this one time that I was doing a showing. It was my first.
You got to talk into it.
It was my first showing, and I was showing our apartments up in Harlem, and we were coming back towards the office, and we were sitting on the subway, and I'm like, oh, like, what made you want to move? And then she started talking about her parents, and she starts crying to me about her dad. And I was like, ugh. It's like, okay, did I take it the wrong way? I was like, sorry. But like, she ended up getting the apartment anyway, but that story just reminded me, he's like, don't talk about your dad. I was like, I'm sorry. It was a touchy subject. Yeah, I was like, okay.
Did she buy the apartment?
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Carry tissues.
Clap for the purchase. Clap for the purchase.
I love that.
Any other questions? I know we're running out of time, so I told John we'll take 3 more. So if you have a question, please let us know.
I know you
We're
all
not
have a
taking
question.
it. This is it.
This is the last time you're ever going to be able to ask me a
Yeah.
question ever.
Melissa.
Unless you go to the
Unless you-
website and then read
yeah.
my newsletter. And listen to my band. Nefariant.com.
I just wanted to say from all of us, thank you very much for sharing the basics. It's always good to go over basics. It's always good to go back to basics. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And look, and I know I can candidly probably speak for the other 2 guys up here. It is really a pleasure and a joy for us to be able to work with you guys, to know that we're all a part of the same family. And, a newer agent asked me what my biggest takeaway was yesterday from the event. And it's just the reiteration and the reinforcement that we are a family, right? And it feels good to be around, see familiar faces, spend time together, make money. And I'm appreciative to you 2 guys for being up here with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy your weekends,
Thank
make
you
money.
all. So with that, goodbye.
Listen to Nefariant.
I think we're pretty much done here. I think that Eddie's going to come on in about 20 minutes and tell us why day 1 starts now. So I'd stay in your seats so we don't have a mass movement up and down. So stay put. No. Stay put. I'm going to go get our fearless leader, and we're going to wrap it up shortly. But the basics are very simple. And that's what makes them so complicated, is people want to talk about the market, they want to talk about the inverse correlation between quantitative easing, the tightening, and this and that, and the treasury yields, and if the treasury yields are this way, what does that mean for interest rates, and what is supply, what is demand? At the very end of the day, if you have a client who's looking to buy or sell, and you're their, let's call it friend or advisor, they will transact with you. If you're a human. If you're a salesperson, they're going to never talk to you again because nobody wants to be sold anything. People don't like it. People want to work with people that they trust. They want to work with people that have a basis of intelligence. You don't have to be a genius in this business to make money. You have met a lot of the people in this business. Do you know? So
I don't know how people put their pants on sometimes.
John, what's the weather?
The hardest part of this business is other agents, 1,000%.
Yeah, hell is
But
other
not
people,
here.
right?
Yeah, of
Hell-
course.
So, but we have taken our careers in the direction of other people. So let's remember to be human. Let's remember that it really all comes down to persistence, making sure that you have the basics in place, like a CRM, even if it's just an Excel sheet. I use Excel because I don't believe in paying for things. I don't. I use Excel. I keep my notes app. It's all free. You want to know my CRM? It's my phone book, and I just call. I text. How you doing? Like Christian says, maintain contact. Keep it basic. Know how to answer simple questions like how's the market. If you're a real estate agent, you can't answer that question. Quit. If there's, if there's any sort of questions that you need help with, you have people around you who are willing to help and are here 24/7 for you. So you should lean on that. There are brokerages out there, if you could believe it, where they don't have people like this. They have an AI bot in the cloud, and you could go in circles all day until you jump out the window. Here, you email one of us, and you get a response generally within 24 hours. If you see us in person, you get the answer right there on the spot. But it's a very important thing to keep in mind. It is all about the basics. If you do not have if you don't have a grasp on the basics, there goes my voice. That's it. 2 days, it's going. If you don't have a grasp on the basics, you're not going to get to the next level. So keep that in mind. The foundation is the most important part of the house. I have nothing else to say.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So no. Keep it. Stay. Don't go. Don't go.
Can I keep the microphone, or do I have to
You
give
can
that back?
keep the mic. Why don't you do some crowd work?
3 of us.
Oh, we have to do a picture.
all right. I thought, what is everyone still doing here? I thought we went home already. I guess it's my turn again. Okay, so we're just going to close it now so we can go make some money. It's very nice to do this, but I'm just counting now every minute how much money we're losing by sitting in this room and not making deals out there, right? So, oh, hi, how are you? Got some visitors. First of all, thank you all for coming, for putting your business aside and investing the time to participate, to share, to engage. I hope we learned a few things here in the past 2 days. Was it educational? Did we learn a few things? Yeah? Was it inspiring? Yeah? Every session, at least from where I was sitting, was effective, was meaningful. Everything had real, useful content, advice, information, strategy, a plan, an idea that can help each and every one of you take your business in 2024 and destroy it. Okay? We're going to put 2023 behind us with those 8% interest rates, and hopefully that's maybe next 10 years I don't have to say that ever again, right? Right? We're going to put all the geopolitical rough stories that are happening in 2023 hopefully behind us very, very soon, right? A little bit more peace in the world. I think we need that. And I think it's coming. So let's stay optimistic. Our business is telling stories. It's about framing and sharing with our clients our imaginations. They buy, they get inspired to buy what we see, what we feel, what we get excited about. It's contagious. They feel it. If you're energized, if you're in love with something, with a property, if you're passionate about it, if you love it, someone else will love it because they'll feel that energy. So one of the things that we've done here in the past 2 days, we reminded ourselves the passion and the love that we have for the business. The passion and the love that we have. We heard from the 1%ers yesterday. Their commitment to their business, even after 20 to 30 years that they've been doing this. What gets them to that 7-figure income every year is how passionate they are about their business, how much they love what they do, and when they do, and how much they care about their customers and their clients. And when things are not good with their clients, they bring it back to the office and they make our life miserable. All right? So when it's all said and done, walk out of this with some fresh, renewed, not just energy and inspiration, but love and passion for what we do. We're in one of the coolest businesses and industries on earth. How many industries can you decide to wake up in the morning and come to the office at whatever hour you want? Right? How many industries you can dress however you want and travel to wherever you want to be to do business. I just came off of a bunch of meetings, and I'm talking to people that have offices in Saint-Tropez, that are meeting clients in Belgium, that are listing things in Marbella, but are now here in New York and meeting potential buyers for any one of these properties, these locations that they're in. Very few companies do that, very few industries that you have the freedom to be an international, almost spy moving between these markets. There's something very romantic about the whole thing. So you're like, we're the James Bonds of, right, the economical world. All right, enough about all that. So once again, thank you all for coming here. You inspire me. Okay, I'm honored to be part of this. I look forward to killing it with you this year. And next year, we're going to do this in a much bigger space. so we're not up against this thing. I think the team and the staff deserve a big clap. They've been working for 2 to 3 weeks daily to put the place together, to put the program together, to get the streaming in place and the materials. And, you know, when you walk in here and you're looking at it, oh, this looks nice and stuff. 24 hours a day, okay? Bianca, John, Eileen, Sky, Kara, Aiden, everyone's just been at it day in and day out to put this together for you, because we care about you. We want you to be successful and rich, because that's how we get rich, all right? So I'll see you next year. No, sorry. I'll see you in the summer, because we're going to have a big event then. But let's close it out with a little bit of music, a big final clap exercise, and love you all, and thank you all for being here. Okay? Now go get pissed.